Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Critical Critique. We are back again. We have found the source of the rot, Ellie. We
Yeah.
found it. We have figured it out. The code has been cracked. We will be addressing the biggest problem in anime.
In
and
all of anime.
That is an anime that came out, what, in 2008?
Was it 11? I think it was 11.
11?
It appeared on the airwaves.
9/11 for anime.
I guess
right?
so.
According to some people. Yeah, so we've got a video about SAO, which is going to be a real blast from the past.
13 and as an anime.
Because, yeah, was it 13? I can't, it's been so long, right? I don't even fucking remember.
Over a literal decade, so...
Over literal decades since SAO came out. Someone made a fucking SAO video and it's been sitting in the queue for a while. So we're gonna give it a crack. We're gonna give it a go and see how it plays out.
Yeah.
But fun things happening on Twitter.
You and your Twitter. I've been having fun in Helldivers. New updates.
Yeah, you've been insulated from the absolute shit show.
Oh yeah, I'm doing my office job, emailing people, getting, oh, I need to have this thing right now. Can you do this right now? And I say, all right, they'll give a call. We can have it by next Friday. Is that all right? Yeah, that is fine. Yeah, cool. Thanks, friend.
Being very, very Japanese. Yes, you're right.
No after party, no after work party this time though.
Oh no!
All my after work has been consumed by the Helldivers new taking cyber
So you will have no idea what happened to Chibi Reviews then.
I caught wind of it. He got cheated on, and nobody likes him, and that's about the.
We are goon rotting. Goon rotting. So the TLDR is his fiance. It's worse than you made it sound, because it's kind of like I was gonna make the joke on Twitter, but I opted not to because it was a little bit mean. Where man's living in an NTR dojo because he really is. Because what happened was, so his fiance was cheating on him with his best friend of 10 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his best friend that he helped out through COVID, gave money to, was big part of his life, right? Is fucking his girl behind his back, and so that essentially caused him to spiral into Gouda, that's what I'm talking about right now. Spiral into big depression, and he goes out and essentially tries to drink himself to death. Which I guess is somewhat understandable reaction to getting NTR'd. But luckily enough, someone called a wellness check on him, and the cops got to him, and he got sent to the hospital, and he's relatively better now. However, the other part of it is he had a gaming friend group, which his cheating friend was a part of, and that friend group has also abandoned him for the cheater. They don't give a shit about him, or they don't give a shit about him.
Yeah,
or the fact that he got cheated on. No, they like the cheater more, so they like playing games with the cheater more.
This
which
might
is kind of fucked.
This might be an issue that if everybody says you're the problem, maybe you're the problem instead of everybody else.
I don't think so. I think that's a bit. Like, I don't even, look, I've never been a big fan of Chibi. I've never watched his content. Like, the first Chibi Reviews video I have ever watched was the one where he talked about this and what happened. Straight up. So, I'm not, and I've never been a big fan, because I do agree that he does engagement bait on Twitter, right? And that can be a little bit annoying. However, Ellie, you know the correct response to that? You just fucking block him. You just fucking block him, right? Just block the man. It doesn't matter.
I believe I have filtered him When
Yeah,
I
like
was on
I mean,
Twitter, I filtered him out because he was
you
annoying.
filtered him. You filtered him by not even being on Twitter, right? So it's like you don't. Why would you even care what Chibi Reviews says about whatever anime? You know, like I fucking these people are insane. These people that hate on Chibi, like I get him like finding him annoying. Again, I'm not a massive fan of him, right? I don't really fucking
Well, I mean,
I
it
think
kind of
he's a
feels
little.
like
I I think he's a little bit annoying too, right? But I don't want him dead. I don't want him to kill himself, right? You know,
no,
like, I don't
Retsu,
want
this
him to.
kind of feels
I don't
like
want him to.
a
I don't want
classical.
him to fuck. I don't want him to fucking do shit.
This kind of feels like, your what an outside perspective would say about DSP, right? Oh, he's just bad at games and he's a bit annoying. Why does he have so many
Yeah,
haters and
but you don't
whatnot?
want DSP to kill himself, do you? Right? Like
As a as a
you don't
empathy.
go you don't go to DSP's brother's grave and piss on it, do you? You don't send child, sexual material to DSP, right?
Nah,
Or
Naretsu,
hack into DSP's accounts and post, child sex material. Like you don't
I
do any of
am
that.
I am of the hater kind that I rather wish that DSP would just stop streaming or just get a real job and stop being
Yeah, but
annoying.
again, you don't. This is where where the chippy thing goes off the rails, right? Because there's a point, right? There's a point in
And
which it
yeah, and
stops
this
being,
this this is also true
you
in the
know,
DSP circles, right? Where people are actively trying to mess with his life and whatnot,
yeah,
and
yeah,
it is like, nah, that's stupid. Don't do that, etc., etc. And
well,
the
yeah, and that's what I'm
wider
talking
detractor
about.
community
I
disavows
don't,
those things.
I don't think anyone is above criticism, right? Like you can criticize Chibi, you can think that his opinions on anime are gay or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's fine. You can think that he's annoying for engagement baiting or posting screenshots of anime in certain ways or whatever, right? You could think that, but that it's gone way beyond just people hating on him, right? Like it's gone way beyond that now. And like you've got people on Twitter right now, like celebrating what's happened to him and thinking that he deserved it, right? Like he did, like it's karma because he posted a fucking Dandadan screenshot once, like 2 years ago, right?
Nah, Naritsu, the
It's
thing is,
fucking insane.
oh, don't get me wrong, Naritsu. I'm just saying that these things build over time. It's never the one screenshot. It's never the one
I mean, in this case, it is though. That's the
offense.
problem because, well, the thing is people found him annoying before that screenshot.
Yeah.
That screenshot, for some reason, it's like eluding the horde and fucking Left 4 Dead, right? Like for some reason, that screenshot triggered a chain reaction of events, and that's just led to more and more. Like I agree with you that yeah, things escalate and things have escalated over time,
Mm.
but the escalation was like 1 to 100 in that one incident, and then it's just gone over the meter, right? We've gone from 100 to 150, right? It's gone over it, and that's where I'm like, I've got to step in and I've got to go, yeah, no, this is not acceptable. What the fuck are we doing here, right? This
Yeah,
is
but
crazy.
yeah.
I don't think anyone deserves to get NTR'd and be suicidal and have all this harassment and all of these people wishing ill will on you over anime shit. And don't let anyone tell you that it's about politics because that's bullshit. Because any of his political shit came after, right? After the Dan to Dan thing, right? And I think a lot of that is him responding to the fact that the vast majority of the people that are after his life and frankly just want him dead are in fact leftists and specifically make it clear, right? So people that are saying, "Oh no, it's because he tweeted about ICE or whatever," right? It's no, those people are lying sacks of shit. It's always been about anime. It's always been about fucking anime opinions on the internet. And it's to me it's fucking insane. It's insane and unhinged behavior. Um, yeah, so
Anyway,
yeah, that's
that's
kind of my rant about it, I guess,
sure.
because I think we should be allowed to have cringe anime opinions on the internet without having to worry about schizos fucking trying to like dox you and like harass you in real life and go after you, right? You should be allowed to be a cringe lord. People can call you a cringe lord, right? And be like, "Hey, you're being a cringe lord." But I don't think it should go past that, right? I think we're not in a healthy situation right now. And we really do need to fucking figure out what's going on and find some way to kind of dial it back, because I do think it is going to end in people getting killed at some point. Like, I legit do think it's going to end in either a shooting at an anime con, or it's going to end in someone that's not chibi committing, right? And then all of these people that are like, oh, Chibi should die, Chibi's so bad, they're gonna be like, oh, that poor person got bullied for anime opinions, Ellie, and then they committed the suicides, right? But then when it's Chibi, it's like perfectly fine because he, I don't know, fucking said some dumb shit or whatever. So yeah, no,
I
yeah,
don't
I
know.
should
I've
stop
been
ranting
off
about it
Twitter
too.
for so long. I haven't seen Chibi for so long. Even I
Yeah,
watched
you're
like
detached from it. Yeah, yeah.
I watched a few like anime reviews, chapter things a decade ago. I by now, and
Yeah.
at some point he was just a bit annoying or whatever. Didn't watch him. Decade later, I hear that he's grifting on the Twitters with dumb takes, and now
Oh yeah,
he's
like yeah, he was definitely he's definitely playing the Twitter game, right? He's definitely doing that. But I again I don't think that justifies what's been going on with him at all.
anyway.
I do think he needs to get the fuck offline though. I do think he needs to, one, stop oversharing, and he needs to, two, get the fuck off the internet, because he needs to take a break. He needs to, like, you don't just have that happen to you and then just jump right back into fucking shit. He needs to get his shit together. He needs to
No,
fucking
I mean I feel the same. I kind of feel the same for DSP, right? But you know, this is internet psychology, but recently, this is DSP talk. You're at your Chibi talk. Let me talk about
Yeah, see, I
DSP.
had my chibi talk. Now you can talk about GSP. Yeah,
Yeah, a
yeah.
little bit. So DSP has recently done these things. He has run experiments on his stream, and he's saying that he's manipulating all the trolls, and he's a puppet master, the King Snake.
He's playing that 4D
All
chess.
all the king. But Naretsu, you don't really want to be known or declare that you are the master manipulator. That's not really a
Hmm.
virtuous thing to declare.
Not
Naretsu, if
not
I
not
were to
not particularly. No.
no,
Not.
and the people who kind of celebrate being a manipulator are the big narcissistic sociopaths.
Well, I
That
mean, I thought that was like already established with DSP.
no, well, sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't, but I feel that he's in recent now in the last year or so, right? He's really liking the manipulation because I get the general idea of being in your high and mighty tower of owning a YouTube channel and having these small people in chat talk to us at my behest. Oh, chatters,
Hmm.
type one, and then they'll type one, and I feel powerful because I have that power over chat. Learn
Hey,
now.
chat, type 1 in the chat if you agree with.
You see, and that's a fun. Yeah, I am powerful feeling that you can have on the internet as a streamer, and that you see too. You see, I knew that I would say one, but then I would
No,
know that you
Ellie,
were type two.
look. The chat has spoken. The chat has spoken. They don't agree with you.
Oh
They typed stuff
no,
other than one. It's so over.
it's so over. But no, just to say, I get the general power rush you can feel of having being a streamer and having a chat. But now he's really diving into the I am manipulating everybody. Isn't that so cool? And I kind of, in that sense, kind of fear for DSP's well-being, mental well-being, that he's kind of
Well, I mean,
celebrating that
to
fact.
be fair, from the outside perspective, right? Like he's been at this for how many years, right? Like
Yeah, I mean, it is
he's been
his.
at this for how many years? I don't know. Like if he was gonna turn into a full on narcissistic sociopath, he probably would have already have fucking done that.
It
So I think
is.
that
It is
he's that's
his.
why I'm like, wasn't that already established? Isn't that already
It
the
is
go?
his. Well, a lot of social things, failings, personality faults can be kind of traced back to a sense of security and control, right? And as soon as you feel insecure and you're not being in control, a thing that people would do is grab to I'm going to manipulate others so I feel in control, right?
Mm, mm,
I'm not secure, so I'm
mm,
going to manipulate others so they can do what I want, so I feel secure. And I feel that
mm,
DSP is just being less being is feeling less secure over time, and is now more and more willing and openly attempting to manipulate everybody around him so he can feel secure and powerful and a big boy. And
mm,
that loss of control in his life and that being so openly, that kind of worries me, that for his mental well-being in that sense. Still,
mm,
makes him just worse as a person over time. So he's not getting sympathy in that regard for me. But
mm,
I just see DSP just losing control over his life more and more and grasping to more only still in the realm of internet and just saying things, losing more, being more insane over time. That's my DSP segment for the month, I suppose.
mm. Well, like I said, yeah, so, yeah, the internet's gone to crap. I'm just gonna read the chat because everyone was going off about the chibi thing, and I kind of want to respond to some of it. Yeah, so yeah, NTR, his friend group, and prefers the NTR fucking protagonist. Yeah, I don't think being cuckolded, yeah, it's also. Maybe we find a new home for the algae Discord. Well, we'll see. Oh, yeah, the Discord stuff with the age verification. I'm not. We're gonna see what happens with that because I'm not super worried hyper
Yeah,
about it.
I have the controversial opinion, at least for this stream, for our viewer base, which is five.
Well, for me,
That I don't mind age restrictions. And I have described to Noretsu before a system where the government can verify your age. A site asks your age, and the government says yes, this is true. But this system would remove your identity with your age. So the government would verify you are adult without giving an age or birth date or residence address or anything, right? That would be
mm,
cool. The site would only have to know that you are adult without knowing your age. That would be cool. But face scanning, IDs, passport scanning, pictures, whatnot, that's all stupid and
yeah.
so
Well,
privacy
the
prone.
latest news on the situation is they switched provider to another provider, and then that provider was so okay. This is going to become a little bit. You're gonna love it because it's conspiracy brained, right?
Oh,
So,
sure.
have you ever heard the name? Have you ever heard the name Palantir?
Wasn't that's a super government affiliated spy things
Yeah.
something?
So they were trying to switch to a provider that is deep ties to the CEO guy that runs Palantir. And I was thinking, yeah, Gamers Nexus, because if you've been watching Gamers Nexus lately, he's
No,
been doing like a whole. Well, I'm talking to everyone in the chat,
yeah.
not just you. Like he's been doing a whole series of shit about Palantir, right, and about how it's shady as fuck because it's basically um mass AI surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be able to it's been used by like ICE to track down illegals and stuff. AI facial recognition on security cameras and all this kind of nonsense around, like using it in drone technology to like precision strike people, assassinations, that kind of thing. There's a lot of shady military stuff going on with Palantir, right? And as soon as people saw, oh, Discord is um aligning itself with a company that may or may not be owned or connected to the CEO of Palantir, who is an entire other rabbit hole of him like having statements around the lines of like free people should humans shouldn't have rights
Oh dear.
and shit, like really weird statements.
Big CEO
Um,
man thinks people shouldn't have rights.
yeah, very very weird statements. So I would highly recommend to just go to Gamers Nexus and just watch like the videos he's done on
Mm.
any. If you see
Anyway, but they're
Palantir
going to
in
switch
any of the
from
videos,
Palantir
just
or to
watch it.
Palantir now.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It is interesting, but basically, Discord has backed away from partnering with that provider, and
Mm.
I don't think they're gonna completely abandon the idea, but I do think that if enough people keep canceling their Nitro subscriptions and keep fucking like talking about it, because this is the reason nothing ever gets fucking done, is that people get lazy and they don't fucking talk about it and they don't fucking do anything about it, and so then nothing actually happens. But I feel like in Discord's case, because like they need the money, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
if you make it very fucking clear to them, hey, you're gonna lose a shitload of fucking money if you do this, right? They'll probably backtrack on it.
Discord is
But I
small
also
enough.
don't.
Yeah.
But on the other side of the coin, I also don't think that, because they've made it pretty clear that they already fucking like data scrape you, right? They already
Mm-hmm.
have a profile on you. They've probably already determined that you're an adult, and they've said so in their numerous statements that most accounts are not even going to need to be verified because they already have an estimation of your age based on your account usage and the data that they've scraped off your account.
Yeah.
um so yeah, it's one of those things where it's one of those things where I'm kind of, I don't agree with it. I hope that they backtrack, and I think that people should definitely fight it, because it's not the kind of system that you advocate for, where it's detached from your actual identity or whatever.
Yeah.
It
Just
is
just
they want you they want you to send pictures of your face or your ID or whatever, and a wink wink nudge nudge. It's all on your phone. Wink wink nudge nudge. It's not going to leave your phone. Wink wink nudge nudge. Right? Um,
mm.
it's, totally not downloading that shit, even though they totally are downloading that shit. Probably.
Yeah, but that's Discord, and my dream system is still not real. So and they're moving too fast before this system could ever exist. And I know in my perfect good old Netherlands, where these systems can exist, it cannot exist everywhere in the world for all governments, etc., etc.
Mm,
Uh,
mm.
but hey, the
Yeah,
digital euro thing is happening faster. It's accelerating because America has
oh
been
yeah,
annoying and the government.
you're gonna get your euro coin. I did hear something about you guys working on a new payment processor,
Yeah, the digital
to get
euro
away
is
from
semi
Visa.
part of that thing. It's not super related, but the more digital infrastructures allows for more digital things, so that includes both
Mm.
payment processors and stuff. So it's a step
Yeah, well,
towards
yeah,
somewhat
we'll see
independence
how it
from America.
goes. Well, we'll see how it plays out. We'll see how it
Yeah.
plays out. Yeah,
Oh,
maybe we'll just all get isekai'd into isekai.
maybe.
Ah, man. But
There's been
anywho,
there's been indeed a lot of things going on in the world. Wasn't there another thing? I forgot. Not talking about Epstein things.
the Epsteins, yeah, the big file dumps, yeah, and all that stuff.
Was there sort
Everyone's
of one?
involved. Everyone's involved.
Oh, Noretsu, fun fact. I was in the newspaper.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Me. I
fun,
was
fun.
I was in the newspaper thrice. Yeah, two were internet articles.
Mm.
Because I was big on the picture, me, the focus of the picture in the newspaper. Because if you remember,
Mm.
last summer I said, well, I was protesting, right? Protesting
Mm.
the big administrators that with the not bankruptcy, but company
Mm.
administration, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
They it was a picture taken of me protesting, and now that picture is being used as look, the workers are
Look,
protesting the
the workers
administrators,
are rising up. The
and
workers are rising up.
it's
They're
me.
rising up.
I am the worker that's rising up in the newspaper.
Yeah.
So that's fun.
Hell yeah.
I after work I rushed to a kiosk basically. Do you still have a copy of that newspaper? Yes, we have one. Yes, I have the newspaper with me in it. And all of course
Euroga- Eurogamer, literally an hour ago. Discord advises UK users they may be part of an experiment, quotes, where instead of their age verification data never leaving their phone, it will now actually leave their phone.
oh dear.
Just gets worse. This is so funny.
Anyway, that's
What does
that's
it
what this
say?
is the
Well,
thing I
hang
want
on.
to mention. I was in
Yeah,
news.
newspaper, school stuff. So important. If you're located in the UK, you may be part of an experiment. I love the wording; it's so funny.
Hmm.
Where your information will be processed by an age assurance vendor. God, I love the way that they name these things the most authoritarian fucking bullshit. The age assurance vendor, age assurance vendor. Persona. The information you submit will be temporarily stored for up to it's blocked by
5
the red
days or
arrows
whatever.
pointing at experiment. Then deleted for ID documentation verification. All details are blurred except your phone. So here's the thing about the ID thing that I don't understand, right? So let's say you want to take a picture of someone's ID, right?
Hmm.
If you're only taking a picture of the date of birth and the photo, right, of the person, right? Wouldn't the rest of the data on the ID be more relevant to determining age?
So,
Because how easy would it be to fake an ID is what I'm saying, right? Because if you just make a fake ID, print it out, and take a picture of it, if all of the other info, because IDs have more than just like the picture and the
yeah,
date
yeah,
of
but
birth. Like
this is
you
kind
know,
of an assumption, Naretsu. But I think that the whole idea is there are systems that kind of can somewhat identify how legit an ID is from a picture, right? There are some
well,
markers,
yeah,
some
but
things, and then the step is all right. They look at the whole idea, everything on it. They first determine is it real or not, and then they kind of block out for themselves. I assume, right? They kind of redact everything except the date of birth, and that's the part that's being uploaded basically. Besides maybe some metrical data that determines
I
whether or not the
but I
picture the
still
idea
I
is real or
still
not.
but I don't think that can't be secure. It can't be. It must be so
So
fucking easy.
now in Europe we have these big privacy laws, and storing an
Yeah, that's what
ID
I mean.
card
Like
is
they would.
so
Yeah,
much of a massive security risk. It would be so
that's
expensive to
yeah
do.
yeah that's what I mean. Like
So this is
if
kind
they
of what
only
I
need
am.
you if they only need you to put in the date of birth in a photo, then why take a picture of the whole ID in the
So
first
that's
place?
why I believe this is what I believe and kind of hope actually that the whole picture is only used to determine the validity of the idea, and then they block everything out except the date of birth, so they can
Yeah, but
have.
how can you trust that they're actually doing? Firstly, how can you trust
I
that they're
don't
actually doing that?
know. This
And
is
then
the only
secondly,
way I can see this be working in the EU.
secondly, it's yeah, it's again, yeah. This is what I mean. This is why it doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, the third party vendor is probably checking with your IRL government ID. Well, then how do they? Why do they have access to that? The government just give them access
Don't
to your
think
ID.
so.
Yeah. But yes, but because this is what I mean. Like IDs, like I said, they have more than just like they have authentication numbers on them. They have, multitude of different,
Mm-hmm.
verifications and things on them like the holograms and stuff, so that they can't be forged and that kind of shit, right? And so that's why it kind of makes me wonder if it's only scraping hyper-specific data from the ID and blurring out the rest. It makes, to me, that makes the whole point of submitting the ID redundant, unless they are doing what you're suggesting, where they look at an unedited version of it first to see if it's a real ID, and then the AI or whatever they're feeding it through blurs it. But again, at that point, you're still sending like an actual picture of your ID through the fucking,
You would hope that whatever
system.
client, client side program thing is the thing that blurs it before it's
Mm,
uploaded.
right. Well.
Anyway, enough
Anyway,
about Discord
SAO
and
time, I
me in
guess.
newspapers.
It's SAO time.
We're going to the
We're going
source.
back. We're going to the source of the rot. It's here. We found it. It is it's Sword Art Online, Isekai, and the Emptiness of Modern Life. SAO's Legacy. It's a shame the thumbnail hasn't shown up
It is
on the
a bit
stream.
of the what kind of core would you call it? It has some aesthetic to it, but I'm
Yeah, it's let me just hold on, because you'd have to like reload fucking watch to get it to come up again. I'm not gonna force you to
nah,
do
no,
that.
don't
Get the
bother.
get the bot going. Get the bot going.
Oh, the
I'll just
bot.
screen call,
Let
because I can
me.
screenshot it and just send it to you
All
because I have it
right.
on my screen. Yeah,
OBS
I'm waiting
bot.
for the bot. Yeah, we're getting the
OBS
bot.
bot
It's
dot
getting the
the
boot.
bat.
All right, are you ready?
What does the command prompt say? Logged in as bot. Should work.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there you go. There's your image. Once it loads, yeah, it's doing it. There you go.
There it
There
is.
we go.
And then go over here, and then I do the Discord import thing.
Repeat of last week? Well, maybe this. I don't know. I'm getting a different vibe. This is why I'm getting a different vibe. um, yeah. This is like, very YouTube core, very, very, very interesting
Mm,
thumbnail my man's got here. But the title though is intriguing, right? Like, because I'm assuming he's going to get into kind of the whole,
what
oh,
was it?
Japan is a hellhole, right? Work
The
culture.
emptiness of modern life. That's the title.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about big depression with the Chibi review stuff, and now we're going to talk about deep depression with the, with the
Mm-hmm.
fucking SAO stuff. But anyway, before I get into that, let's crack on over here. Just gotta go 1, 2, 3.
The classic.
Gotta have a good hiss. That was a good hiss. Let's get this out onto a tray. Oh yeah, that was quite nice. So let's go.
July 8th, 2012. A midsummer day like any other. A world still reeling from the Kony 2012 debacle just a few months prior. I kid. But on this unholiest of days, Japan and its good animators at A1 Pictures would release something upon the world that would change the course of anime and indeed world history forever. A work that was shocking, divisive, as lauded as it was reviled. An animation that would go down in infamy in the Western otaku world. A work known as Sword Art Online? Really? This thing? This is what had everybody up in arms a decade ago? Huh. Doesn't
Not
seem
at the
too bad
first
now,
season,
does it?
though.
Well, I remember the good old days of AniTube, Ellie. You remember the good old days back when we had Digi Bros,
Then we
and
had Manime Matt, or that was later, I
we had
suppose.
Manime Mats. May he rest in peace. Don't know if he's actually dead or not, but he's dead on YouTube.
Yeah.
so
What's the difference,
might as
really?
well. What's the difference? Yeah. So I do remember the SAO era. I very Digibro went crazy and became trooned out basically. I remember the SAO era, and it was a very interesting time because it's hard to say if things have actually gotten better. Because I don't know, because I feel like we've had like some education happen, right? Because sometimes we get people that know what Sosetsu is. We sometimes do have people that actually read
Yeah,
and
know what
actually do
studios are
stuff.
making what.
Yeah. But so think of like the worst videos we've covered in like the last like what few weeks to a year. Imagine that, but it's like everything, right? Because and all of the standard things too, like thinking that anime only perspective, anime tunnel vision, thinking that SAO literally ruined all of anime, created isekai, destroyed the industry. You know, there was a lot of things about it, and here's the big thing, right? I never actually watched season 1 of SAO.
Oh.
I never actually watched it. I watched season 2 because I liked guns. So I was like, "Oh yeah, Gun Gale Online. That sounds cool. I'll watch that." And I remember getting like really triggered at the. I don't remember why I got really triggered at the whole sexual assault thing. I can't fucking remember. I think I was waifu fagging for a really long
Wasn't
time.
the sexual assault was the second season when they're in the fantasy world? The
Yeah.
third
No,
one.
no, no, no. This was the one that happened in real life with the guy, because the guy
Oh.
was like finding people in real life and like
And then
drugging them, and then
then
she
killing
like,
them in the real life and
and then he
whatnot.
like wakes up, and then she like wakes up while he's there, and he like tries to rape her or whatever. And I don't remember, like, I think it was because I was waifu fagging back then. I don't know, but but like that's the only like I watched that. And then obviously, I think I watched the one which had like the girl with cancer or whatever who dies or whatever. That's the only like exposure to SAO that I have, and so I never really like joined in on the SAO is like terrible, because I didn't think Gun Gale was bad. Like, it was fine. It wasn't like amazing anime or anything, but it was enjoyable enough for like younger Naretsu, right? It was fine. So I think that a lot of the SAO hate, in hindsight, right? A lot of the SAO hate was definitely overblown, because it was because what happens is this always seems to happen, is it becomes a meme to just hate on it. And so you just have people that will hate on it that probably never even fucking watched it. They just see the memes about hating on it and just kind of, you know, go from there.
Yeah. I
Guder
mean,
actually read it, so he's a good reading man. He reads the books. Um, but yeah, what do you
well,
think, Ali?
I
Did you
never,
you were around at the time? You were.
no, I watched the animes, and I liked the first season. I was okay with the second season. I didn't care. I cared less for the third season, and
Mm.
I believe I never even finished like the gun show, the gun MMO, because I
Yeah, there was like a spin-off thing that came out that was like the set in the gun thing. I didn't watch that
no,
either. I
no, the
only watched
spin-off
the.
came way later after the Kirito was in the gun MMO.
Mm,
I just kind of felt that was we need an excuse for him to be in another MMO thing, and it was almost like not episodic, but seasonally he found himself in another MMO that has some issues, and he has to save the MMO world or something in and.
mm,
The first one was alright, he's trapped, he cannot escape. The second one is, oh, there's still somebody left. His girlfriend is still trapped. And that
mm.
was enough of an excuse for me. But in the third season, he was just there of his own volition. And then it was like, alright, man, you're kind of forcing him to be the main character right now. Why is he also a pro at the gun game? That's a bit too was it a bit too much for me at that point.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't think SAO as a series, as like a franchise, an IP, I guess, if you if you want to call it
It
that.
is.
I don't think it's bad per se, and I do respect the fact that, with the added context of this was, the author's first kind of like work, and he was 16 when he fucking wrote it, right? Um, and so I'm not like gonna be hyper overly critical of it in the hindsight perspective of that, knowing that context. So yeah, I feel a lot of the hate that it got on the Western side. It always tends to happen with things that end up getting like super popular, right? It becomes
That's true for everything, right? I mean,
yeah, it becomes like it becomes cool to hate on it because it's like, oh, all those 14-year-olds like SAO. Well, fuck them, right? Fuck them. What
I
they like
suppose
is
it's cool
shit.
to hate on Fortnite.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, no, it's the same kind of thing, right? Like all the kiddies are playing Fortnite, and so
Although I
all like,
mean, I hope that my
yeah.
objections against Fortnite are more rooted in kind of creating FOMO for children, which is kind of morally
Morally, yeah.
questionable.
No, well, this is the thing, right? There are valid. You can have valid criticisms of the thing, but that kind of gets lost in the cacophony of people just hating on it just because they want to be seen as not kids or whatever, or be adult,
Yeah.
right? Like, oh, it's so mature to not like SAO, but I like my monsters and my Cowboy Bebops, Ellie, and my Akiras. I'm a real man, real anime man.
Yeah, and so I'm not
Um,
those children. I don't watch children's show. I watch Sabrina the Witch, which is so
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
No, I
Sabrina
really
the Witch
did.
was
I like
based on
Sabrina the
it.
Witch.
Yeah, no, Sabrina the Witch was based on it. That's what I was gonna say.
Total
The
a
cat was
teenage
funny. I
girl
love the
show,
cat.
but
The cat was always
oh, the
great,
cat. What was his name? Samuel or something?
especially in the live action version where they had like an animatronic
Oh no,
for
he
the
was
cat.
just a puppet. It was great.
Oh yeah, he was a puppet. Yeah, never remember. Yeah, oh, it was so good. It was so good. Oh, good shit.
Naretsu,
Um,
did you ever watch? This is total boomer at this point. Naretsu, did you ever watch the episode when the two aunts or whatever split up? And and so the one aunt was living in a different house, but the house was just the same set but mirrored. Just
I
the
probably
stairs
wouldn't have
and
even noticed.
the stairs and the tables were just the same, but the set was just mirrored, like left to
Yeah,
right,
so yeah,
right to left.
he had a yeah, he had a comeback in that meme, didn't he? Where he was eating and, and or was that a different cat? I can't remember. But anyway, back to SAO though.
Yeah, oh
Let's
yeah,
hear what
yeah.
our man's got to say. Let's hear what our man's got to say about it.
What could have possibly. Oh. Oh.
Okay, is that coming through like the wrong ear for you as well? It's like one ear.
I don't know. Let's play it a little
I'll
bit.
play it again.
Oh.
No,
It's a little bit better. The start of it was kind of coming through one ear, but then it's.
You
I
can
noticed it
trust
earlier
me
too.
though.
I noticed it earlier. Like I noticed it earlier. Some of his music was only coming through my left, so I was like, "Wait, what the fuck?"
Here's the problem, Retsu. I am half deaf in my left ear, so I wouldn't
Oh,
really know
really?
it.
Oh, you wouldn't even know.
No, this is new
Weird.
lore for everybody. I might have told this before, but I lost my eardrum in my left ear.
Oh
So
shit!
those little bones that transmit the noise, from the eardrum to the inner ear things, those ear bones were just hanging in the air. They didn't have any amplification or anything.
Mm.
So this effectively means that I can plug my left ear, and here it doesn't do anything. I
I'm
did.
pretty sure. I don't know if you can get, because I know you can get like synthetic bones. They can. So you can get, but I don't know if you can replace the actual drum.
No, so I haven't.
There's been a lot of like advancements in terms
Oh
of
yeah,
like hearing loss shit.
this is a long time ago.
Yeah.
But because it
Yeah.
was an open hole in my ear, I got like an ear infection once every 3 years for twice in 5 years.
I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine.
So I was like wondering, why do I getting like 2 ear infections in 5 years. That's a lot. And then I,
You go in,
go,
and the doctor looks at your ear and is like, "Wait, hold
you don't
on."
have an eardrum.
Yeah. Oh, that's weird. It's always great when you go to a doctor or something, and you get that reaction of like, "Huh, that's
No,
and you're
so I
just
want
like,
to know.
wait, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you reacting like that? Don't react like that."
So no, so I went to the general practice because story time. Um, I was hearing, but I knew I could hear. My left ear was hearing significantly worse than my right ear, and I kind of just chalked it up to loud music because that's the thing they warned you about. Don't play loud music; it messes up your hearing. So I just chalked up. Oh, I messed up my hearing. It was my fault. Blah 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 blah. But then I have a little brother who does
Mm,
music, does the concerts, does the musician thing, and
mm,
he did an ear test, and his hearing came back as perfectly fine. So then I
mm.
went, that cannot be. He cannot have good hearing while he's standing on stage right next to all the speakers, and has good hearing while I have bad hearing. This cannot be. So I went to. This was the real impetus for me to go to a general practitioner. So hey, can you check my ear? And he looked. It looked strange. I'm going to refer you. And then he referred me. And then he went. I went to the hospital. And then the ear guy looked. 2 seconds. And then he went. You don't have an eardrum.
Yeah,
That explains a
yeah,
lot. And
yeah.
then it was like, from all right, we can have an operation to put an eardrum in, but it won't
Mm.
improve your hearing, but it will stop the ear infections. And then I went, all right.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Then I did the operation to put an eardrum in, so I don't have an ear infection every 3.5 years. Um,
Yeah,
but it does mean that I don't hear. Eardrums are there for amplifying the air. The
yeah,
waves
yeah.
through the air to hit the in ear. So my left ear doesn't have that. It's pure bone
That's
transmission.
fucking interesting. Yeah, because obviously with my job, I know a thing about disabilities. Um, and yeah, there is a lot of modern tech that's been going into hearing. You would be amazed at like I've seen some shit where people have had like Q-tips are always the big thing. People like push Q-tips through their ears when they're trying to, because that's why they say that you shouldn't clean your ears with Q-tips
Mhm.
now, because people kept fucking and it pushes the wax into the eardrum and it's not actually cleaning it. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
good for you, so don't do that. But people would like completely fucking destroy their eardrums, and you would be amazed at how that shit can heal and recover. You would be amazed
So
at some of
I
the.
got a.
You would also be amazed at like some of the like surgicals. Like I was mentioning before, you can get like fully synthetic eardrum bone like restorations, because sometimes you can have situations where the bone grows in like an odd way, or it
Mm,
has like I don't know the like medical term for it, but
no.
there's a condition where like it gets all spiky, like the bone
Mm,
growths in a weird way, and it gets all kind of spiky, and it starts hitting the skin and hurting you, and you essentially have the bones removed and replaced with synthetic parts that do essentially the same thing, but are obviously like metal or whatever. um yeah, and also it's interesting that we're talking about ears. I actually found out I am Ellie. I
yeah,
have a very rare genetic ability that not a lot of people apparently have.
it is.
I can rumble my eardrums.
I
I have
can.
control. So when you can
Oh, this
like
is the superior Dutch genes I hear.
possibly. So it's different from pushing ear through your eardrums. It's different from that. It is when you like. Uh, it's hard to kind of describe it, because it's kind of like when you close your eyes and you like concentrate on your eardrums, and you can get them to like make a frequency. They go
Yeah, rumble-ish
right,
thing.
rumble them. Apparently, that's really rare. So we might both be really have this weird genetic. Because so what it is there's a muscle in your ear. I'll go grab because I posted a thing about it in a voice
Yeah,
chat. I was talking about it.
while you look it up, I'll answer chat. So, no, this is not a birth thing. I had this pressure difference in my ear, inner ear, outer ear, and it hurts my ear. Ow, ow! I'm a small child, and my ear hurts. So they put these tubes in, and the thing is, they'll.
Yes, grommets. Yes, I know.
So,
They're called grommets.
just on one side it went out naturally and went fine. The other side it messed up and just made the hole bigger and bigger, and then the little tube fell out, but there was a whole big hole in the ear, in the eardrum. I mean, so I can difference between left and right.
Yeah.
If you do the fork thing and you place it on my skull, I will hear it exclusively on my left side because my left side is so trained
Yeah.
to hear bone sound in my left ear.
You know what you need to get? You know what you need to get? You need to get, so there's these headphones. They're made for runners, but they're called like Snorks.
Yeah, I know what you
Have
mean.
you ever heard of those?
But the thing is,
they're bone. They use a technology called like bone
conductivity.
Like they go on your cheeks. Yeah, they go on your cheeks and they vibrate on your cheeks to produce sound instead. I've tried them before. They're actually really cool.
So the thing, you can use this with with a fork, and then you put it on your head, and then they have to test to determine blah blah blah. But if you put a fork, if you do bone conductivity sounds on my head, I would hear it exclusively in my left ear, even though if you put,
because there's no resistance in the drum. Yeah, there's like it's going straight through the bone.
Yeah, but I am my hearing is trained. My left ear is trained to hear bone sound, and my right ear doesn't have to do that anymore. So just will hear it only in my left side. But
it's so fascinating. Yeah.
But I do have left-right hearing. It's not mono or anything. It's just it's
different. It's different than most people. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got to sit you down and put some ASMR on and see how you react. Be funny. So I found the page. So it's called the Tysar. It's like a tensor typine. It's like TYMPANI muscle, and it's like a tiny little muscle in the. I can get the like little Wikipedia.
Yeah, just put the name in the chat of it.
I'll put the name in the chat, but I'll also where's the bot? Here you go. We'll change the picture. There you go. And then I got to go back to the wiki page. So it's a tiny muscle that it's designed to impact shock. So if a loud sound happens, it's designed to mitigate. I'll just read, right? So the blah 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 muscle within the inner ear is located in a bony canal, ordinary tube. It connects to the bone. Its role is to dampen loud sounds, such as those produced by chewing, shouting, or thunder. Because its reaction time is not fast enough, the muscle cannot protect against hearing damage caused by sudden loud sounds, like explosions or gunshots. However, some individuals have voluntary control over the muscle and can tense it preemptively, which is me.
And me too.
At least. Yes. So essentially, yeah, it's designed to like when we do it, and it gets into this in the article which I linked, right? It causes the drum to create a frequency of around 10 to 30 contractions per second, so like 10 to 30 hertz. Sometimes 30 to 70. And it sounds like a rumbling noise. Like it sounds like someone's tapping on the drum, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can sometimes hear it when you chew and when you
yawn, yeah.
You close your eyes and you're like, open and close, like yawning as well. Sometimes you can hear it when you yawn, but I can just like close my eyes and just do it.
Yeah, closing your eyes helps.
Closing your eyes helps, but you can also do it with your eyes open and just but it's hard to do it while I'm speaking though, because I think it's like it is tied to like those jaw muscles.
Yeah, you use your jaw muscles.
Yeah, but
Kind
according
of.
to this though, it says some individuals can voluntarily produce this rumbling sound by contracting the muscle. According to the National Institute of Health, voluntary control of the tensor tympani muscle is an extremely rare event. The rumbling sound can also be heard when the neck and jaw muscles are highly tensed, as when yawning deeply. The phenomenon has been known since at least 1884. In a 2023 case, a 27-year-old man was complaining about tetanus, which is when you have the ringing in your ear. And the ear doctors discovered that he was voluntarily contracting his muscle on both ears at the same time. So yeah. So
We share this trait, Naretsu.
Yes, again, it's that Dutch genetics. It's
Yeah.
it's those superior Dutch genetics. We have the unique. I remember I found it because I was on Twitter and some people were like talking about something related to ears on Twitter. I don't even remember the full context, but someone like linked to Reddit. There's apparently an entire Reddit community about like it's like r/ear rumblers or something.
We're the ear rumblers.
I'm not joking. Like I went on there and I was like, wait a minute, is this like wait, I can just do that? Is that like something people can't do? What? It's almost like when you hear about the fact that there's people that don't have internal monologue, right? Where it's like, no, I can hear myself like thinking, right? I can talk to myself in my brain, right? Like, or I can like read in my head and have a voice in my head, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like read, right? That's my own, right? And then you find out that oh, wait a minute, actually, there's a lot of people that don't actually have that, and you're like, what? wait a minute. Yeah, so me and Ali confirmed not NPCs. We are player characters in the world.
And ear rumblers.
Abilities. Yeah, we're ear rumblers. Hashtag ear rumbling. But anyway, sidetrack aside, we should get back to the deck because this is actually a long one. So we should.
Oh yeah, 20 minutes. Yeah,
we should probably get back to it.
Oh no, isekai, so horrible.
Oh no!
Today, the genre known as isekai dominates the anime landscape. It has been for over the past decade. And it seems with every passing year that somehow an increasing number of slop gets released onto an unsuspecting public anime community. But how did we get here? Why does this slop seemingly refuse to die, not dissimilarly to its Western counterpart? And does this isekai genre have merits beyond its own self-effacing, lowest common denominator pleasing reputation? Hello, I'm Nicholas, and this is Renaissance Manga. Today, we will be interrogating
that's the title of the channel, I kind of forgot. He's calling himself Renaissance Manga. Yeah,
so again, I feel like there's a bit of over-exaggeration here. A little bit. They tend to do this a lot where they make isekai, like just the fact that isekai exists or the fact that quote unquote bad anime exists is somehow like some major sin or whatever, which is like, look, bad anime exists, right?
Yeah.
We watch bad anime. Sometimes.
And then we drop them because the cute
and then we
girl
drop
in
them,
the
and then we
party.
move the fuck on, yeah. And then we move the fuck on, right? This is where I disconnect with people like this, right? I don't have a problem with bad anime existing, right? Like I could just not watch it. I could just not watch it. I just don't watch the things that I think are bad. It's so simple. But apparently it's like a major fucking like, oh no. And I think it comes, so Ali, back in the day, right? When Smash Brothers was a big deal, right? Back in the day, there used to be a lot of debates when so you'd have like new characters show up for Smash, right? You remember it was always super hype, right? Always super big time. Well, who is it going to be? Is it going to be Crash Bandicoot, or was it Mega Man or whatever, right? People would get really irrationally fucking mad if it was like a sword fighter or like a Fate
the Fire Emblem characters.
Fire Emblem character or like something. And the reason is because psychologically, right, they perceive it as, oh, that's a wasted slot on the roster because there's like only so many characters they're going to add to Smash Brothers, right? So that because there's only so many characters, that means there's only a limited number of slots. That therefore that sword user, right? That Fire Emblem character, Ellie, that's taking up a slot that could have been my guy, right? That could have been my character that I wanted because it could have been Blinks the Time Sweeper, right? Right?
Oh,
Or
sure.
some
The Microsoft's character.
Yeah, it could have been John Halo, right? Right? But this is what I mean, right? Is that I think a similar psychological problem is happening here where people think that, oh, anime an isekai came out, right? Therefore, that slot on the like anime chart was taken by something else that could like that production team could have worked on my kind of show that I like, right? Instead of working on this dumb isekai that I don't like and I think is bad. And that's where I think a lot of this comes from is the psychological trap they find themselves in where they view it as a, oh, this is taking away from um my animus that I want, when that, as we know, Ellie, that's not how it works, right? That's
Yeah,
not
there is the effort. I mean, I said this before, right? There is more so than your favorite character in a video game. There is the limited amount of production, production available for anime, or a studio can only make so many animes really one at a time.
so that might be true. However, I will um counter that, I guess, by
Mhm.
saying, how do you know that they would have made something that you would have
Well,
liked?
this is the
Right?
second part, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Where this is where a scared baby investor only wants the most popular show, and if they say, "Oh, isekai, that's popular, right? I'm going to
Yeah.
invest in only isekai shows," and then you have 5 isekai shows in a season or
Well,
whatever.
we talked about last episode how there is a massive blind spot we have because we don't have all of the information, right? We don't know what the criteria is. How popular does an isekai have to get in web novel / book form before that investor guy, right, looks at it
Hmm.
and goes, "Oh, I smell money," right? What is
Yeah.
the actual, you know, threshold here for it? Because we don't have that information and we have that black hole. We're just kind of coming up with an assumption on what we think. So I'm hmm so I'm kind of it's annoying because I really wish that these guys would kind of not see it as an all or nothing kind of thing where, oh no, the thing that I like isn't going to get an anime because of whatever, because doubt I highly doubt that your thing that you want would have gotten that spot if they didn't make an isekai. They probably would have picked some other thing that you probably wouldn't like. And it's
Yeah.
always been the case. This has always been the case, Ellie, because remember, like, this was back when Moe was like the big thing. We had like a million Moe slice of life shows, and everyone was complaining about Moe slice of life shows. Oh, we had a million fucking itchy Hiroms or whatever. That was the golden age, by the way. We had a million different itchy Hiroms show up, and everyone was complaining about, oh no, they're making a ton of itchy Hiroms. How dare they, right? And so I don't really feel a whole lot of sympathy for this kind of idea of my thing isn't getting other thing. It's like, all right, cool.
Yeah. I just looked when you're talking about animes. My FX Senshi FX Fighter show. Still no dates Naretsu. Still no summer, winter. No, spring is. It won't make spring, and don't. I'm not sure if it will make summer. So I'm already kind of guessing fall at the earliest.
So anyhow, let's continue.
Isekai genre as a whole through the lens of the one who started it all.
Oh yeah, it started all as we know.
It is sort of true,
But before that-
kind of blah blah blah.
Well, by proxy, right? But we'll see. Maybe he gets into it. Let's find out.
Folks, watch. And it's been beeping for a minute now. Because you know what time it is? Shameless plug o'clock.
Oh no.
That's right. If you good people like what we're doing here, then please, folks, head on over to the Patreon.
No, to skip like 10 seconds at minimum.
The channel, thank you. Sword Art Online.
Oh look, I was right on point.
Perfect.
look at that. All right. Anyway.
The Isekai progenitor. Kinda. You see, after releasing to wide popular acclaim in 2012, the anime was eventually reevaluated and would become the boogeyman of many voices in the Western anime community. I recall having first watched Sword Art Online, and despite my own knowing better, having quite thoroughly enjoyed the first season.
Oh, how terrible! You enjoyed watching
how dare
the thing.
You? Shit taste, opinion discarded. But yeah, shit taste, opinion discarded, tossed in the trash. It's all over. It's all ogre. It's all ogre. It's Uger. It's done. Video over. But no, it's like I was saying before. Like, I watched season 2. I didn't think it was that bad. If it was fine, it was all right. I enjoyed it. It was fine. And I think a lot of people like. I don't like his framing of like, oh, I should know. Oh, despite knowing better. It's like, look, if you like it, you like it. Don't be ashamed of the fact that you like it, right? We need to put an end to the irony, bro. Shit. It ends now. I'm gonna keep bitching about it until it ends.
Yeah.
No more irony. It's over. The age of irony is dead. I proclaim it.
Sure.
But in my narcissistic sociopath, I, the king of the internet. No. Anyhow, let's keep going.
I openly admit this. In fact, this admission strikes at the very heart of the entire thesis of this video. We will get into its virtues and shortcomings, for this video is, through the lens of SAO, an examination, critique, and analysis of the entire isekai genre and its zombie-like vice grip on
I very much, let's say, I just very much doubt it would be an analysis of the entire isekai.
He's gonna talk about every single isekai in 22 minutes. Man, that's gonna be fun. All right, let's let him cook.
A great majority of anime content produced over the past 2 decades. Now, in order to cover my own bum, as it were, I will do my due diligence. For all you anime historians out there, I am well aware of the proto-origins of isekai, the portal fantasy genre, and its prevalence throughout all of anime history. So let me be clear. When I say isekai, I am specifically referring to the genre of anime that gained prevalence in the
facts.
Well, he hasn't said Naruto yet, so it's not.
No, but making a there is a actual difference between
him making the distinction is good. Him making the distinction between the portal, stuff of the 80s and 90s, right? That's good. That's cool. But he still needs to fucking talk about web novels and light novels, right? He still needs to. He needs to, like, he's like one step away, and I'm hoping he does actually talk, because otherwise I'm gonna label him as a tunnel vision man. Despite the fact his fucking channel is called like what, manga, Renaissance manga reading. You would think he would know. Oh, Shosetsu Naro exists. Oh boy, that's where isekai comes from. Maybe I should talk about that in my fucking isekai video. Let's see if he brings it up. Otherwise, I'm gonna call him an anime tunnel vision man.
2010s, in which our bland Shujinko gets whisked off, usually by death, to an alternate.
Oh, my protagonist. The sense of Shujinko is a bad word.
I'm so fancy.
Shujinko is a bad word or whatever.
Anyway.
World that runs most bare bones RPG mechanics and the most stale of fantasy tropes. This is literally what the word means. E being other and world being sekai.
Oh wow,
Thanks.
I'm learning Japanese. I'm learning Japanese today. Look at that.
At this point, I know what you must be thinking. SAO doesn't even quite fit into this description.
Oh! Is he gonna do it? Oh man,
He's actually correct.
He's actually fucking correct, but he still hasn't fucking talked about Naro yet. So
he's on
anime tunnel vision. He's doing the anime tunnel vision. You gotta stop that. It's not good.
It's a trapped in a video game science fiction thriller with a fantasy RPG / light novel framework. Not exactly your bog standard isekai. There isn't even a truck in it. And I will concede this point. Rather, I think that SAO plays the important role of bridge between the burgeoning light novel adaptations of the 90s and 2000s and the generic video game system-centered other worlds of the isekai.
It's called Naro.
You might mention it because he's not being wrong. So I kind of...
That's the problem. That's what fucks me up. Is like he's not wrong, but God, if he just fucking called it Naro, then he would be super. He wouldn't just be correct; he would be super correct, and he could get a gold star, right? Like,
he is being very pretentious, though, right? It might.
Well, that's what makes it even worse. That's what makes it even worse because he's being pretentious about being half correct, right? Like, if he wants to be pretentious, at least be like, correct. In like the full sense, right?
Nah.
Say fucking Naro. Say it.
I feel this is a feeling right now that he's giving these small tidbits, and with this, high, it feels like you're in the Elven Castle music with this, actual White Castle background. It feels like he feels himself enlightened by his knowledge that he has, and he'll just explain it very slowly. Because I've told this story before, right? But you can do it far faster and more plainly. You don't have to make it really grand, I suppose. He's been a bit, or just plain pretentious. You could call it.
Yeah, but anywho.
Boom. Can't believe I'm uttering this, but we can think of SAO as a kind of anime Beethoven. A truly revolutionary work that sparked a sea change in its medium's entire landscape. But what's perhaps most interesting about Sword Art Online is that, at least it seems to me, it was never intended to be such a work. I don't believe its creators or any of the people working on the production at A1 Pictures could have seen just what a drastic change in the entire anime industry SAO would herald. Sword Art Online initially released as a web novel in 2002. The story follows our protagonist Kirito, a elite beta tester gamer who, along with thousands of other people, become trapped in a new cutting-edge video game, Sword Art Online. A sick machination by the game's creator. For them to escape, they must clear every level and beat the final boss. Oh yeah, and if you die in the game, well, it's game over, bud. A gripping, edgy premise if there ever was one. It was written by the same guy who would go on to write Acel World.
Acel.
That's on purpose. So that's on purpose, has to be. He's being mean, and because he doesn't like it.
Excel World, Acel World, Incel World. No, because okay, so just for
Accelerate
context,
something.
he might get into it, but yes, Sword Art Online was the first work. Excel World was the second work. Excel World is from what I understand, the better of the two in terms of the original, right? The
So
original version.
the thing is that competition, your writers' competition, Excel World won. Therefore, it's getting published as a light novel with actual editors, and etc. etc. But then with Excel World, it was Sword Art Online was interesting enough to be also published as kind of a bonus thing. Turns out Sword Art Online became way more popular than the actual thing that won the competition to become a light novel. The light novels got like polished up to be edited for a light novel. The web novel to light novel became super successful, and this kind of gave a somewhat way to, oh wait, we can take web novels and make them into light novels. The pipeline was born.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't watched Excel World. I haven't read Excel World.
I
I've read
watched
it's
it.
pretty good.
I had a lot of fun. I have my, your minor complaints in which I wouldn't necessarily recommend it over other shows. In this season, right? I would also recommend Oshinoko way more than Excel World, but I like Excel World for the technology, and the technology that it has. It gives a world that I kind of would almost believe would be, could be the future, and also it's cool technology, cool sci-fi technology.
Indeed. But anyhow, let's continue.
Which received anime adaptation to moderate success. But SAO never took off, not even to the same degree as ASO World. If we're talking,
he's gonna keep saying ASO World. I don't think he's doing it deliberately. I do think he's actually like maybe it's a ESL thing it's weird because the rest of his English seems fine, but like just that one particular thing, he's kind of messing up a little bit.
The thing is that Excel World is not the actual title. I think it's also a little bit of the Japanese title doesn't make too much sense. So it is it is Excel World, but it isn't spelled properly as you would. So it is ACCEL.
Right. Well, we'll keep going.
About the mid-2000s, Zero no Tsukaima, aka The Familiar of Zero, another proto-isekai classic, was the work that dominated the day. So it would seem that this janky, middling written novel series about being trapped in a video game,
is that what I was going to say about if you're going to talk about the origin of isekai, you should mention the massive amount of fan fiction. Change the character, just take the story and write your own character as the one who summons into the world of Zero no Tsukaima. Change Louise into your own waifu character, etc., etc. The whole fan fiction boom around.
Yeah, there are a lot of gaps in this man's kind of research here, and it's weird because he's clearly not anime tunnel visioned because he is talking about the novel side of it, but he's not talking about one. He hasn't mentioned Naro by name in at all yet, and the other thing is that I don't know. It's weird. It's like schizophrenically like both correct and not correct at the same time.
I suppose the dismissive attitude doesn't help.
Yeah. The dismissive attitude of it definitely isn't helping at all. But yeah. Anywho,
novel, excuse the pun, concept at the time was destined to fade into obscurity. But in the year of our Lord 2012, for what reasons I cannot even begin to surmise, the production committee at A1 Pictures decided to go ahead and adapt Sword Art Online.
Well,
No, there was a whole popular light novel beforehand.
yeah. Like again, he's skipping steps here, right? Because he's like, oh,
Also,
the original.
A1 doesn't choose what to animate; it gets money to animate.
Well, that. But again, he's because you just talked about how it was part of a contest or whatever to like for authors and stuff, right? Like he was submitting these works as part of a contest, and they won the contest, right, to get the publishing and whatnot, and then it got published, and then it got like he's skipping the steps, and he's not talking about the whole story here. It wasn't just some middling web novel that got lost in the like. I don't even know if it was because I think Shosetsu was around at the time, but I don't believe
No,
SAO
there
was
were
a
like
Shosetsu
different
work.
sites, and eventually Soshatsu became the most popular. But I believe so. Just a random example, right? Overlord started on a site that was called Arcadia, and then eventually went over to Soshatsu. Just an example, and I believe that Sword Art Online
Yeah,
was on another site before it
yeah,
hopped on other
that's what I
sites.
thought. That's what I thought too. So it's kind of like yeah. When it first like dropped as a web novel, you could say it was
It
like
was on his
middling or
personal
whatever.
blog or whatever,
It was on his personal fucking like website that he made in the 2000s with like the most bare bones shit,
on
right?
his
But
GeoCities, basically.
and you could say, oh yeah, it's not popular, right? But then, right? You later on, he submits it to the contest. It wins a contest. It gets published into a light novel. Then it starts to get traction, right? Then it starts to get popular,
Yeah, so
and
so quickly, for what
then
I understand,
yeah,
Retsu, it was just kind of a, hey, look, I won the competition with Excel World, but I have this other work, and I forgot how you say it with the publisher name is Dendeki something, right?
something or another.
I believe it's like Dendeki something is a publisher. Um, um, Looked, or maybe the author gave it to him, gave it to the publisher, or the publisher went from, hey, what other stuff did you write? One
What
way
else
or
have you got?
another,
Yeah.
they decided to also publish Sword Art Online, and
Hmm.
then it became Sword Art Online became popular, etc., etc.
And it started funnily enough, taking over.
Yeah, and then
It
it got.
became more popular than Excel World even, right? That's
Yeah,
kind of
because
what ended
that
up
cover
happening.
of Excel World that he showed off, like the fifth novel, it had Kirito on the cover, so Kirito invaded the other.
Well, yeah, because they take place in the same universe.
Yeah, well, eventually, right? I mean,
Hmm.
I suppose that you could maybe both deal with virtual and integrated virtual worlds into real worlds, etc. So it would. So eventually, you can connect many worlds
Well, anyway,
into one.
but from what I understand, like the author, like they are in the same like parallel
Yes, but
universe
I
or whatever.
don't believe
But
they
but
were intended to be from the start. But that's a
maybe not.
maybe.
Well, who knows? But that's getting a little bit outside of the topic, right? But the main point
Mm.
here is Video Man is kind of skipping steps, and he's not presenting like. I don't like it when they, because I would say this is almost lying by omission. Like I don't know if he's being deliberately dishonest, right? Because it could just be holes in his research, right? Like he didn't look like there's the good faith way to interpret this, and there's the bad faith way to interpret this, right? The good faith way to interpret this is the man just didn't research enough, and he's presenting this with holes in his research because he literally has holes in his knowledge, right? He just doesn't know all of this like extra history. But the bad faith interpretation of this is that he is deliberately obfuscating the actual history so that he can create a narrative of, oh, SAO was just this like middling novel, and somehow the anime studios were like, oh cool, it's a guy with the swords, we can make money off it, and like there's nothing happened, right? No, nothing, like so that's the part of this that's annoying to me, right? Is I want to assume good faith, but I've been burned so many fucking times by any tubers. It's
I kind
really
of
fucking hard to assume good.
I kind of feel like he's just, well, maybe not necessarily, well, call it what you want, I suppose. I feel that he's just so dismissive and has a low. He values isekai so little that he doesn't really care. It's not even just he wants to, demean isekai or how it happened. He just does not
Basically,
care
he's
for the
coming.
details.
He's coming in with a extreme bias in
Yeah.
his stances, and that's clouding his ability to present the facts. So anyhow, let's continue.
Oh, if they only knew what they would spawn. This alone was a rare thing for the time, in any industry, be it anime or Hollywood. Adapting a decade-old IP is usually not seen as a recipe for success. The main reason for this is that
the Marvel,
Really?
the superhero comics, Greek myth.
Bro, that Odyssey movie coming out soon.
Oh, that IP.
Man,
also
they're adapting that's not even like decades old. That's centuries.
Also calling Sword Art Online decade-old IP when it that sounds.
Because the book was like what 2008, and then it comes out in 2011.
No, I'm feeling
Let me have a
it's feels a bit strange to call your fun fanfiction IP. Like it feels very corporate, very IP copyright corporate to call
I
the
got the Wikipedia. So the novel series original run was 2002 to 2008. So I was partially correct. The light novel started in 2009. So that was basically right after the novel, starts with the novel, finishes the novel, gets picked up by ASC2 Media Works. 28 volumes as of right now, April 10th, 2009. And then the TV series so that's actually not even that long, right? Like 2009, and then what? 9, 10, 11, 12. That's like 3 years between the light novel getting published.
It gets a light novel, then you're in you're in the space to in the light novel to anime pipeline. That's easy.
Yeah, and then Progressive comes out in 2012, and then the film comes out in 2013. And then the second series comes out in 2014, so 2 years later. The alternative Clover's Regret comes out in 2016. So yeah, and then it just keeps keeps kind of going. So yeah, it's kind of like like 3 years, because we've been looking, we always, this is a thing that's been reoccurring on the cast where we just bring up the wiki page and we just look at when things come out and when they get adapted, right? 3 years is not that long, right?
It's also it's a kind of standard from what I know when making the timeline. When it has a light novel, you kind of expect, it's kind of survivorship bias, I suppose, right? Because you have a light novel series that has gone for a decade without any adaptation. But if a light novel is popular enough, it will get an anime in 3 years or so.
Yeah. And so that's what I mean.
Always, of course, but that's
so him kind of being like, oh, it's like a decade, it's like a decades long IP. I mean, yeah, if you count it, if you start the timeline from the novel, right, from
the web novel, from your fanfiction web novel site,
it's not entirely it's a little bit over a decade, right? But same, again, it's kind of disingenuous, right? Because I wouldn't start the timeline straight at the novel because it was getting adaptations, right? Like the light novel adaptation started in 2009.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Yeah. So if you start it from the very beginning, 2002, right? Like, it pops into existence in 2002, and then a decade later it gets its TV series. You're completely bypassing the fact that it had a light novel in between 2002 and 2012,
And
right?
to reiterate the point, the moment when the author won a contest and got offered to, or got his other story Sword Art Online published, that is the moment when it is actual IP registered and all that stuff. Because Naruto is your avatar, your IP.
Oh yeah, so he did release it on his website. I'm just reading the
Oh
wiki
yeah,
now. So
oh, how great! What a wonderful widespread
yeah,
platform he has. He's a great IP.
yeah. There's so go to the web novel. Oh yeah, no, he is talking about 2009. So yeah, 3 years. Yeah, that's what we're saying. I'm just reading. So yeah, so he originally put it on his thing. The light novels began production in print in 2009. Spin-off series in 2012. The television anime was 2012. The setting, the plot, media, reputation, sales, according to Ocon, Sword Art Online was the top-selling light novel series of 2012. Gee, Ellie, I wonder why it got an
I rem-
I wonder what could have forced them to make. Oh man, they just totally randomly decided to make an anime, right?
so from what I remember, also, something was about that the light novel sales were in bit of a slump in those years, and then suddenly Sword Art Online was massively popular. So what do? Oh, amateur works are popular. Let's publish all amateur works ever, and then Shousetsu kind of happens. So that's kind of
So let's
the
put this into perspective, right? Sword Art Online was the top-selling light novel series of 2012, with 8 volumes featuring among the top sellers of light novels. It was ranked first in the 2012 and 2013 Koro Light Novel Gai Shoji rankings.
some ranking.
Yeah, as well as the top 5 placements in 2011, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and the top 10 in 2019. It was also the second best-selling light novel series in the first half of 2016 in Japan, selling over basically almost 500,000 copies, like 489,000. Sword Art Online Progressive sold 321,000 in the same period. By 2017, the series had an estimated 20 million copies in print worldwide. By 2021, the series has 26 million copies in print. The number of sales has reached 30 million in 2022. So, yeah, kind of, again, I think, looping back to the video so we can continue it, the fact that he's just ignoring the light novel, like the light novel doesn't exist, apparently, right? The light novel that came
No,
out in
they plucked it
2019.
right off from his own from the GeoCities website and decided to
Yeah,
make an anime.
is MySpace page. Okay, but anyway, let's keep
The
going.
SAO light novel adaptation was finally garnering popularity, having 2 years into its official
Wait, hold on a minute. Because wasn't he just saying, wait a minute.
or Hollywood. Adapting a decade-old IP is usually not seen as a recipe for success. The main reason for this is that the SAO light novel adaptation was finally garnering popularity, having 2 years into its officially published run, hit a top spot in the Kono Light Novel ga Sugoi
Oh, look at that. So he is talking about it. Wait,
would
so
not fail to
he's just confusing the shit out of me. Because wasn't he just... I feel like this should have been before the other section, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah,
Because
because
he was talking about how they just randomly decided to make it an anime, right? Now he's talking about how well, wait a minute, the light novel was actually like what we just talked about. The light novel was actually getting kind of popular like 2 years into its run, right? And even then, they probably already determined to make the show already. Like, again,
Yeah,
we don't know
because
the full
the
production
light
schedule.
novel era was in 2000, started in 2009. Got the anime was 2012, which means that the anime helped massively promote the light novel, which is the kind of the standard affair.
Which is kind of the point, yeah. It's
But
kind of the
even
point.
then, it was already that sort of the line kind of helped. The whole was popular enough, etc. Blah 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 blah. I'm not going to repeat myself on that point.
Yeah, so this feels like this section should have come, like, he's kind of put the cart before the horse a little bit here, right? Like, he should have talked about this before he talked about like the anime. Like, now he's like, because again, he's like, oh, normally doing an adaptation. Yeah, he's just confused the fuck out of
to
me.
attain for the next 8 years running. While I can't be sure, I can imagine that this second wind SAO was gaining when paired with the easily palatable and very popular aesthetic that A1 Pictures was quickly becoming renowned for, provided the production committee with ample confidence that their anime adaptation would see success. Having Adachi Shingo handle character designs was a particularly ingenious decision. His work looks good. And not only good, but incredibly pleasing, especially to more mainstream audiences. Do the words "your name" ring a bell?
What's
But
this?
didn't
This
your
is-
name,
what- what's
your
this?
name, but your name came out like way after that, though, didn't it? Like,
Yeah, but what is this attitude? Like people are being tricked or something?
well, yeah, there's this weird kind of condescension, right? Where he's sort of, okay, so your name was 2016. So wait, you can't make the argument that, okay, this guy's like design style is like appealing for the mass market or whatever. Look at this movie that came out like what 2-3 years after the fucking. Hang on, I'm juggling like Wikipedia tabs right now. Yeah, like the anime came out in 2012, and your name comes out in 2016. So what do you? Again, he keeps putting the cart before the horse. These things came out. Yeah, it's like 4 years. Yeah, it came out after. It came out fucking after SAO. You can't say that the guy's style was. Oh my god. Oh my god, Ellie. I'm losing it.
It feels
I'm
like he
losing my
wants
mind.
all the tags, all the names in.
Yeah, it's the issue I've got with this is I feel like he's being deliberately confusing to make himself seem smart, right? Like, oh, I'll just like if I make the video sound smart, no one will realize that I'm just speaking bullshit. Because he's kind of speaking bullshit right now a little bit. Yeah, he needed an editor to fix his timeline. Yeah, because this timeline is just fucking stupid.
That was him. But I can't imagine that the people who made this could have seen just what a massive hit SAO would become, and how it would change the entire anime landscape and the industry's trajectory for the next decade plus to follow. You see, SAO is, at first glance at least, not particularly special amongst its light novel peers of the time. It's got your standard powerfully edgy protagonists, harem tropes, main likable love interest, and the pretty dang good hook that is trapped in a video game? But compared to contemporaries such as Hagure Yusha no Aesthetica or Log Horizon, one must ask, why was SAO the one to cause such a massive shift? The answer, I think, is threefold if not more. Firstly, there is the incredibly satisfying appeal of SAO's romance. Time is taken to develop the bond between Kirito and Asuna. And, importantly, SAO Season 1 shows the rudimentary structure of the now all too common isekai payoff. That's what I've dubbed it anyway.
Sex. That's the new element.
Sex. It's literally escapist power. Yeah, like Gouda's right. It's literally escapist power fantasy. Like I also like I think I don't know. It is an interesting question as to why SAO specifically, but I feel like maybe it's just right place. I think it's a lot of right place, right time. I feel,
Because
probably.
all right, it's been a decade minimum since I actually watched Sword Art Online, properly.
Mm,
But the series starts, hey, full fun, new, fancy technology that might become soon. VR glasses are real soon, so this might
mm,
be a thing in the future. I remember like articles almost like, could this be real soon, right? And then the articles were like, oh, it will be very
mm.
difficult, but maybe. So there was like hype about virtual reality. There was hype around sort of the line might be could happen. So it was fun to speculate
So,
on that point. That's
small,
pretty.
short list of things that came out in summer of 2012. You have Sword Art Online,
Yeah.
Naruto Shippuden, Hunter x Hunter, Fairy Tail. What the heck is Hyoka? That was the one from Kyoto Animation, I think. I can't remember exactly what that one was. Basketball. Oh, funnily enough, that that light novel that he just had on screen, the one with the pink-haired girl, that got its anime at exactly the same fucking season.
I remember
It
that.
actually came out a few days before SAO.
So, but anyway, the points of
Crazy.
SEO, why it was cool, right? It was.
Excel World came out at the same.
I remember.
I
Sword
gotta
Art
get I
Online
gotta get
had.
the screen I gotta get the screen cap of this because this is great. Yeah, summer was fucking packed, dude. Also, you'll
So,
see that I did in fact watch Korono Connect. That was a fun
oh,
watch back in the day. I remember that one.
Kokoro Connect
Yeah,
was a fun show. Big
that
drama,
was a
but
fun one.
very fun.
There
Very
we go.
nice. I like one of the EDs favorite. I still
Yeah, it
listen
was
to
very
it.
good. It was very good. It was very good. So there you go. You can have a look at
But
that. That's
yeah, however it
it's
goes, it's a little bit
probably
in
gonna
broken
mess up.
English.
It's gonna mess up your fancy your ear.
Oh
Your
no.
ear. Oh no.
Oh, you
Oh,
cannot read
rippering.
this at all, but
Yeah, you're not
whatever.
going to be able to read it at all. Yeah, it's going to be
Here,
fucking
look,
tiny.
look, pattern recognition, go.
Pattern recognition, go. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Sword
Look
Art
at that.
Online, Naruto, Hunter, too difficult.
Fairy Tale. You've got Fairy
That's
Tale.
is that not
You got the
Yoka?
Kyoto.
Is that not
Yeah,
Yoka?
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah,
Then I
that's what
got
it is.
like, is it One Piece or something? And then I don't.
Kirido's basketball. Kirido's basketball. At something of a rogue hero. I can't pronounce the fucking word. But that was the light novel that he
Kinta.
had on the screen. That was the light novel he had on the fucking screen at the time, right? The one next to it is like Campagne or whatever. Excel World
And
obviously
then
showed
like
up.
Conan. It looks like Conan, at
Yeah,
least.
Kono Connect is the one that I watched.
Oh, Kokoro Connect.
Yeah, Kokoro Connect, yeah. And then there was a few other things that came out in the season that look Horizon in the middle of nowhere too.
Hey,
You had
great show mention.
yeah, Space Brothers. Man, yeah, I'm having flashbacks to this season. I didn't watch a lot of these, but I do remember people
I was
talking
like,
about
I
and
remember a
posting about
bunch
them.
of these, like Excel World and
Yeah,
Space Brothers and Kokoro
Gundam
Connect.
Seed HD remaster.
I wasn't into the Gundams, so it missed me.
Yeah, so
But
like that's fascinating though to think, right? Like it really does beg the question because if Excel World and SAO came out literally the same, like, well, Excel World started in spring, so it actually came out before SAO because that started in spring instead of so it carried over into summer. It was a carryover. So fascinating. That is actually fascinating. That is really interesting. How that played out, and the fact that the light novel, and that, so funnily enough, that actually kind of blows the premise out of the water a little bit, because if we're going to say, oh, all of these isekais, they just kind of fucking appeared out of nowhere, really, like SAO generated all of these isekais. Meanwhile, you have not one but two semi-related shows. You know, it's just, you have an isekai coming out in the same season. You have fucking
Yeah, but which isekai was that in Sword Art Online?
It's something of a rogue hero. I can't fucking pronounce that shit.
Because
and NSD something. It's the one with the pink haired girl. The guy's got a fucking sword or whatever.
Because isekais were popular, so it's not like
yeah. Again, it's one of those things where I'm kind of like, yeah, interest. Yeah, it is interesting. So so like, yeah, you could, fascinating. So anyway, back to the video.
The main character, who may or may not be powerful at the time, leaves the main group of his peers early on after the transfer to the other world, builds up power all by his lonesome, only to show up later on and show all those jocks, bullies, and most importantly, popular girls just how much of a strong and cool guy he really is. You have to understand that very few anime of the time did this. A1 Pictures introduced this trope to the anime community like Four Locos were introduced.
Funny.
No, they didn't. They didn't introduce this trope to the anime community. We just established there were fucking shows coming out with that trope before SAO. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? We're getting into like revisionist history territory.
I kind of felt that was the vibe all along. It feels very, high and mighty. I'm going to tell you how it is. I'm not biased at all.
Anywho.
To teenage Midwesterners in the mid-2000s. There is also the temporal factor. The moment that anime saw itself in 2012. Like many historical events and figures, a good portion of their cause and effect can be chalked up to place, right time.
Oh wow, it's
For
what
SAO,
I just said.
If we look at the anime landscape in
oh wow, we fucking we're on point, I guess.
Why is he so weird about it?
Yeah, exactly. Why is he being silly? What are we doing here? What are we doing? Anyway.
2012. A reckoning was imminent. The older, original, and more experimental anime of the early aughts were fading away. And with the
big claims require okay, so what was spring like? Spring was Naruto, Hunter x Hunter, Fairy Tail. Fate Zero second season came out in spring, so this is the season before SAO. Mysterious Girlfriend X came out.
Hey,
the Deca Box came out. What do we got here? You had Is This a Zombie of a Dead, that one. Yeah, you had kids on the slope. Kids on the slope. You had, what else did we have? Apate came out. That's like proto GFL right there. Space Pirates, Queen's Blade. Oh man.
Oh, the Space Pirate, the girl Space Pirates. That was a very fun show.
Yeah. That came out. I'm just looking because it's like, there's nothing experimental happening in 2012. Winter of 2012. High School DxD in winter of 2012. Fucking
but
hell.
It's sort of the line even experimental.
Fucking Future Diary came out. Another came out. The Familiar of Zero F came out in winter. Daily Lives of High School Boys came out. Fucking one of the Monogatari series was coming. Yeah, Monogatari was still happening. Waiting in the Summer came out. Black Rock Shooter TV came out. This is peak Naretsu watching right now. This is Shakugan no Shana Free Final.
Oh, that was a good one. That was like, finally we get more Shana.
Yeah. Kill Me Baby came out. I remember not liking that.
I like that one.
Fucking Guilty Crown.
Oh,
1 hour
everything that
special
makes
that
me whole.
recaptures the first 11 episodes of Guilty Crown. So you had like a compilation movie of Guilty Crown coming out. You've got fucking there was some interesting shit, man. There was some interesting stuff coming out in 2012. Then we go to fall 2011. Yeah, Future Diary again, Fate Zero, Bento. I remember that. Working 2 came out. Buckerman 2. It is interesting. It is interesting to look back at kind of like that
The
time
good
period.
things, the good times we had working.
But I wouldn't like again. I wouldn't like. I guess you have to like because he showed like Lane and he showed like fucking what else would he class as like quote unquote experimental anime, right?
Yeah, this is a weird thing to because
Like, what if we even went back to when Lane came out, right? How many other shows like Lane came out
well,
in the time that Lane
it's
came out?
experimental, just slightly adult.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I mean, is Towa the last season, is Towa
Mm,
experimental or something? It's original show. I mean, that's kind of feels like it has to be part of it.
mm,
Or the Death Game show Naretsu of this season, is it experimental or not? Because it's adapted from a light novel, or a novel at
mm,
least. Because
mm.
it feels a bit. Yeah, what do you mean experimental? I would
Yeah,
personally would
yeah. What?
describe demand that a show be experimental if it's an original story in some way.
Mm, mm. Yeah, it's. Oh man.
But let's continue the
But anyhow,
video.
Of the internet age in full swing, anime was trying new ways to make itself more marketable, to grow its consumer base, to get more people hooked.
oh, well, what was it? Was it? I mean, I don't. I
Is
would
Sword
have.
Art Online unique in this or so in some way?
I don't actually think in 2012 they really gave much of a shit about online shit back then because I remember like the landscape back then was very different. Like Crunchyroll was around, but it wasn't like great, right? Like Crunchyroll's still not fucking great. Don't fucking confuse me here. I'm gonna show on Crunchyroll all fucking day of the week, right? But even back then, Crunchyroll was not particularly great. You would have to look at I'm pretty sure you could probably hunt down the 2012 anime census data that would probably show that online distribution, like that really only started picking up like around 2019, 18, pre-COVID, right? COVID obviously caused like a big explosion in online viewership and whatnot, and you could see that reflected in the census data. But even before that, it was on a trajectory, right? You can plot out the trajectory, like it was going to happen eventually, right? Because online was starting to kind of take over DVD and TV viewership of anime, right? And you could see that. So I don't think in 2012 like you could argue like for the Western side of things, piracy and online viewership via that in the community was becoming a lot more common and rampant, right? But I don't think that wouldn't be reflective in what the Japanese are doing because why the fuck would they give a shit about a bunch of pirates on the other side of the planet, right? And so I don't think that the Japanese really factored that into their assessment, right? I don't think that they kind of were like, oh, there's this growing market online. We should market to them. We should bring out anime that will market to the online community, right? But again, I would have to see data on that. I would have to look at what the data was because maybe the trend started earlier than I'm assuming. Not 100.
Yeah, I mean, online was a thing, but I'm not. I don't feel confident at all to say that Sword Art Online was somehow very unique in a digital, digital whatever how you call it, strategy. I feel like it was
Mm,
another show that got big
mm,
hype and
mm,
picked up and all that stuff. I don't feel
mm,
much of a um this is the great grand investment, higher risk, high reward thing.
mm. Yeah, it's very yeah. But anywho, let's continue.
Playing it fast and loose with characterization and world building. Yet, anime fans still do have, in fact, this hunger for high concept science fiction, fantastical stories, and
So I really don't like this like generalization of oh the entire anime community has XYZ, right? Because I don't like I like my high I mean, we're watching fucking Seguri. This, that's some high concept artsy fartsy bullshit, right? And we love it. It's great. I will sing its praises this week, just like I did last week. But again, I don't think that my tastes represent anyone other than myself, right? I don't think the entire anime community, and even then, I mean, I've ranted before about how I think the idea of community is fucking retarded to begin with, but I don't think everyone has like this clamoring for high concept stuff, because if that was the case, then why is the most popular anime Jujutsu Kaisen, Demon Slayer, right? Are those high concept animes, right? That are like doing anything hyper out of the grain? You know, My Hero Academia was really big for a while, right? These big shonen shows, right? The Dragon Ball Z, is Dragon Ball Z like a big high concept anime, right? When I think about stuff that is actually mainstream and really popular, I'm not thinking about stuff like Seguri, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I really don't like it when anitubers like this do the thing where they essentially try and speak for the community, quote unquote. Because yeah, maybe in your friend circles, you're like posh, artsy fartsy. We love all big film, big all. Maybe they think that they are thirsty for some high concept shit, right? Maybe they're super thirsty for it, but I don't think that if you look at the data, right, I don't think that represents like what people are actually watching. If we're talking about normies, right?
Yeah, I'm just getting bothered by his attitudes. His
Mm,
I mean the accusation of the intellectuals with their high and mighty attitude in their ivory castles, ivory towers, doesn't help when he every background when he's just showing pictures is from a high and mighty castle. Doesn't help
mm,
the accusations. And
mm, mm,
this is just a personal opinion. Knowing how things work would normally grant you kind of understanding and empathy for things, right? And
mm.
appreciation. But if you understand something and it's just disdain, something is wrong, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean,
It's
that doesn't mean that you can still find it absolutely horrible or whatever, but you would understand how it happened, and then you could try to change how it happened or to prevent it or whatever.
mm, mm, mm. So anywho, let's continue.
new worlds. This is the essence of the light novel. In many ways comparable to the YA novels of the West, who also saw their popularity soaring back in the 2010s as well, not to mention their dominance of the entire literary landscape as we know it today. The light novel is the perfect blend, or unholy aberration, depending on who you ask, of pleasurable entertainment, anime tropes, and edgy, mind-bending speculative fiction concepts, Perhaps the most extreme and perfect example of this is the incredibly popular Rail Deck series, known in Japan as the Toaru Shiris. At its best, this style of writing can provide
You
an
could also
incredibly
just say it's the I don't know, Golden Nasuverse, the a certain a certain series.
Well, Nasuverse isn't Nasuverse Fate?
Oh no, you're right. It's
Yeah,
it's,
I was gonna say. I mean,
the
similar concept though, right? Like similar thing where it's like
damn.
different
No, I knew
sides.
it was also the
Yeah.
author's name, but I forget.
Yeah, I think Bio would know. He's real into it. But like again, it's annoying because he's not necessarily wrong, but it's like the presentation is off, right? Like that's really the vibe is not jiving.
satisfying, yet
Yeah, the Index series. Yeah,
Yeah, but you know, it has
rich
different side series that are not called Index, so it's a little bit confusing.
yeah,
complicated.
but anyway.
entertainment experience that is tightly paced. See ReZero Season 1 or Full Metal Panic. At its worst, it feels nothing more than 3 bare-bones anime harem tropes dressed up in a trench coat. So,
Welcome to your
where
romance
does
comedy,
SAO fall
romantic
in this
comedies, my
spectrum,
friend.
in my estimation? Honestly, somewhere in the middle, but leaning towards the 3 tropes in a trench coat side. But now, let's examine these tropes in a bit more detail. As our hyper-modern corporate dystopian world barrels ever increasingly towards oblivion, people feel squeezed, squelched, lost, alone, dispossessed. Call it what you will, whatever this feeling of alienation, this hedgehog's dilemma you at home may be experiencing right now, I can assure you, dear viewer, the average Japanese sarariman feels it 10 times stronger.
Oh, it's
How presumptuous of you.
Have you talked to one of them?
Naretsu, I was playing Helldivers with some Japanese residents. Not a lot today even. It's still today, yeah. It's 1 hour till midnight. Today even. It's a little bit cheating because they're both expats, but still they work in Japan, so I can speak with more authority than anybody else because I am talking to people who live and work in Japan. That's my very very precise phrasing of the words. Hey, 50, I see you have mod. You cannot be a mod. You're not you're not the number 1 on the list. Mod revoked.
God. But anyway, let's keep going.
As conditions worsened, the stereotypical otaku whale of yore, who would spend millions of yen on OVA masterpieces every year, was becoming an increasingly rare breed. The average anime viewer's tastes and wallets were changing.
The image, right? The image of what's her name, like Saori, what's the Orimo? Right, that's the shorthand Orimo.
Yeah.
Was already depicted as an ancient otaku. So, what's the point here? You're showing a character that is referencing an ancient otaku. The show itself is already 10 years old, I believe, at minimum. So, what's the point in bringing up? It feels just so odd and dismissive all the time. His tone doesn't really help at all. I'm not feeling.
Yeah, and again, I feel like that kind of otaku, right? That's
sorry. Sorry, Naretsu. I just got distracted by the false mod that is 50, but he actually asked a question. This guy is going to give us the origin of all isekai and how it's absolutely terrible, and he's being very dismissive.
But he's being very dismissive and is missing gaps in his research. And
but he is not wrong, but he's so dismissive of everything that ever happened, and being facetious, like Sword Art Online was written as on some guy's personal website. in 2002, and then it got in 10 years later, it got a light novel because the author got a deal with a publisher and sort of line hitchhike on that. And then it got an anime. All right, so that's the whole thing. But then he says, oh, why does this anime studio publish this decade-old IP from some random website? Well, that's because there was a whole light novel in between and this and that.
Yeah, and then he brings up that light novel later out of order.
So
Because, you know,
it kind of
fucking-
feels like that he is already giving you a pretty bad impression of whatever he's talking about to then later detail while you already have a bad impression of it. Not us, of course. We're enlightened intellectuals who know this stuff. So we're not affected.
And so looping back to the otaku thing, right? I think that the otaku who spends all their money on shit, I think that while that's probably not as common, Ali, how many have you fucking seen the amount of gotcha shit that fucking Japanese people post on Twitter? You look at a Japanese artist's like fucking Twitter, and you go onto the media tab, it's gonna be like fucking 50% food posting and 50% fucking like gotcha pulls from like Fake Go or something, right? Like these, like, you know, I think the money has just been going to different things, right? I feel there's a reason why at Comic-Con, Blue Archive has kind of completely started dominating the space, right? There's like massive, like people were talking about how Blue Archive is now getting like separate sections dedicated to each individual like school, and people were falsely claiming that it's the first time that's ever happened, but like no,
that's
at
not
Comic-Con,
necessarily true because
that's not necessarily true. I think Toho and other series
because
have dedicated subcategories. You know,
I have been to Comic-Cons myself.
exactly.
I've been to the Holy Land, and yes, there are like subcategories for you have your whole. This is the thing group, and then there are some minor subcategories in that. So that is a thing.
Yeah, they split. They split the different things up. So, but the point more is that Blue Archive, which ironically again is a Korean made thing, right?
Who cares?
Well, no, I mean I bring it up because it's interesting how a Korean made thing has just completely dominated the Japanese doujin sort of scene.
You're reminding me of the guy that says China is inevitable, and then Japan comes with the horse racing game, and it's a completely massively popular.
Well, that happens, and also Japan comes in with, oh, we're about to get an army, so because that's some funny shit that's going on over there. But basically, I think that the otaku that spends all their money on the stuff that they like, I think they do still exist. Maybe not in the same high numbers as they used to, but I wouldn't necessarily. I just think they're buying different things, right? And they're buying into different things than what they used to. I do agree that they're not going to be spending all the money on the DVDs and the CDs and all of that shit, and that is reflected in the statistics in the surveys and stuff, right? Or in the census results from like analyzing the data, right? Like I'm pretty sure that if you looked at I don't have like the most recent infograph thing because usually they release them like once a year or once every 2 years or whatever. You'd probably see a decline in DVD media sales and an explosion in like online viewership and whatnot. I wonder if I can track it down while we let the video play for a little bit.
And the industry has been shifting accordingly ever since. No longer was stunning animation combined with weird science and a bare-bones sci-fi plot gonna cut it. Heck, even anime titties alone weren't gonna cut it anymore. A new salve for our modern woes was going to be necessary. They needed stronger stuff. Isekai is the ultimate indulgent escapist fantasy. It combines the moso of a fantasy world, the self-insert protagonist, chunibyo edginess, and ostensibly addictive video game-like systems. What use is there in relating to an action hero? I'll never be one. A brawny, dauntless warrior who kicks ass and gets the girl? couldn't be further from the truth. But a lonely, reticent Inkara who just needs the right chance at a do-over, and who can use his, or her, but usually his, extensive knowledge of video gameage to conquer this new frontier? OMG, just like me for real.
For real, for real.
He's being so annoying. I've been saying that for a bit now. What I gonna say?
Yeah.
So what I like about what Joe does when he uses big words in foreign languages, right? He always rephrases it in a context that we would understand, not knowing what Inkara means. Because Noretsu, do you know what Inkara means?
No, I do not. Enlighten me. What does it mean?
It's
what does it
introverted.
mean?
It means just introverted.
There you
And
go. I've learned something. Look at that.
you might hear characters refer themselves as Inkara, as introverts, right? Or Yokara. I believe that is the extroverts, how you say it. But just script-wise, don't go from haha, I know my Japanese, I know what Inkara means. Just say you're introverted Inkara characters, right? Then you have everybody. It's just one word extra, and everybody knows what you're talking about. Don't be a pretentious know-it-all. I know Japanese. I am better than everybody for knowing this, and I'm not going to say what it is. Because only
educate yourself. Fucker.
You have to be this. You have to know. You must be enlightened like me to understand this. So I'm not going to use normal words because I don't care if you use Inkara instead of introverted, I suppose. But if you write your script in a way that includes everybody, because sometimes saying different world 1,000 times is tiresome when you can say isekai. It's way shorter and people know what you mean by now. But yeah, so sometimes using foreign words is the way to go, sure. But Inkara isn't one of them. Inkara is not significantly different from introvert in any way, in any use case.
I think I found the data. I don't think they've brought out a report for 2025 yet, but they have one for the Anime Industry Report 2024 summary. Let's have a look. If I save that.
Any highlights? Because I feel this video has been a long one.
I need to see if it. Is it in English? It is in English. Okay, here we go. So this is the 2024. I will link the website where you can get these. These are from the Association of Japanese Animators, right? So I will put this in the chat, and I'll give it to you too if you want to download them, because it's a PDF file. So you have to. I'm not going to screen cap and put images in the chat, and it's probably better if you were going to bring it up on screen, to do it in a window, because it's a PDF file. And so this is from March 2024, so I guess we'll probably get the March 2025 soon, I assume. Maybe because I think they do them every year. Yeah, I think they do them every year, but it's like a year behind because of the data analysis side of it. So the market generally exceeded 3 trillion yen in 2023, breaking through high record, unraveling growth trends in the anime industry. Primary factor driving the 2023 market. In 2023, the anime industry driving force behind that. Yeah, the international market growth. Again, probably due to COVID, and also something to factor in is a lot of that's China, and Korea, because they count that as international. People like to assume that just means the West.
Oh, that is America brain.
Yeah.
In which page you are on?
I'm on the first page now, page 2. I'm just browsing it. I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm just kind of seeing. North American animation industry mostly returned to the average before COVID, so the COVID boom is kind of lowering. Chinese animation film industry second year. All right, so on page 4 is where you can see TV. Yeah, so Japanese animation market trends in a broad sense. You have TV, movie, video, internet distribution.
Let me switch over.
Yeah, because you might want to bring
Is it
us
with
this
the
up.
Trends in Japanese Animation Market 2024 version?
Yes, that's the one. Yep, you're on the right one. Yep, that's what I'm looking at. So you've got TV is like the reddish color, movie is like the bluish color, video is purple, internet distribution is orange, merchandising is green, music is kind of like a light yellow, overseas is like a little reddish looking color. Pachinko and the like is a yellow color, and then live entertainment is kind of a lighter blue. And you can kind of see, so like if we look at 2012, right, which is SAO year, right, you can see that a lot of the market is more kind of merchandising, right? Like TV is a big part of it, but for the most part, you have to zoom in quite a bit to kind of see it, right? Like you can kind of see that it's not really like the overseas part is not really that big in comparison to the rest
it's
of
like
it, right?
it's the third largest, but it's the merchandising is still like half.
Massive.
From
Yeah,
the
massive.
like a third.
And internet distribution is like not even a fucking blip. It's not even on the fucking, like, doesn't even exist, right?
It is like doubled
And
from
then
last year.
and then you kind of see like around 2014, that's when you start to see sort of like the
growth.
shift, and you see that massive growth in like the overseas like orangey distribution, right? And then you also start to see kind of the internet the internet distribution section just fucking explodes.
Where's the pachinko? Because is it really the top one over there?
I think so. It's kind of hard with the colors. Yeah,
I
it's kind of
think
hard to
the
kind of tell.
pachinko is the let's say in the latest one is 337. That's the pachinko. That's like bigger than I kind of expected. Just straight up gambling casinos.
Yeah.
Being bigger than
so
internet
so
distribution.
you can kind of see that, merchandising sort of seems to remain consistent, right? Merchandising is sort of, around that the same kind of mark. But yeah, once after 2014, right, you see this like giant increase in the overseas market that coincides with a massive boom in internet distribution.
Funny that COVID doesn't really seem to have been affected. Well, I suppose it went from 93 to 150. That's not doubling, but it's significant.
Well, I feel like again, it's like I was mentioning before. From what I remember when I last looked at this chart, because I think I last looked at this chart at like around 2020, 2021, right? Like around COVID time. Like you can kind of see like it was already on an upward trend, and then 2019 and 2020, you do see like a big bump in 2019, right? Which was like sort of COVID. COVID was 2020, right? So start of that era. Like it was already on an upward trend by that time, and then I feel like COVID probably just continued the trend, right? You can see it in a limited sense as well.
Yeah,
So,
I was looking
size.
at that in for a second. I do just see that merchandising has just been kind of the main growth in this section overall. Overseas has not been the massive. This is just TV animation, right? So it's not.
Yeah.
So it doesn't include concerts or cafes.
I guess you could say music is counted as, unless they're just talking CD sales and that kind of
TV,
thing.
music, video game, I'm assuming.
Well, it says on the side, music, number 6, music, a total distribution of receivable by studios in connection with music CDs and internet distribution, so like Spotify. So it counts that. And then overseas is
Videogram is
licensed stuff,
OVAs.
pachinko, So then you've got Japanese animation market, so TV programs. So newly broadcast and serialized from the previous year. So interestingly enough, you see like a massive uptick. Total number of shows was 300 down from free. So it was down from 317 the previous year. 2024. Because remember, this is all from 2024, so it's 2 years old, right? So keep that in mind. Things could have changed in the last 2 years, but I think it's still relevant data. It's relevant enough for what we're talking about. I'm also so I'm just having a browse. Production of minutes. Oh yeah, anime. Yeah, see the anime distribution via the internet from 2022 to 2023. You have to scroll up a little bit for that. We'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to the animation.
You mean this one over here?
Yeah. That one. The one that's there you go. So as you can see, I might read what that says there because I think that is an interesting, relevant point. The 2023 domestic anime streaming process grew 51.4% over the previous year to 250 billion yen, up from 165 billion yen, showing rapid growth since 2022, when it was already thought to be high. The rising demand for anime on streaming services and the competition and allegiances between domestic streaming services has caused a rapid increase in profits from streaming rights. On the other hand, the demand for original series ordered by foreign streaming businesses remains sluggish, and the revenue of production companies is relatively limited compared to the growth of the end user market. As long as there is a limit to the number of viewers in the domestic streaming market to the price elasticity, it is thought that the rapid growth of the end user market is only for a limited time until competition between domestic streaming services cools down. So
those foreign streaming platforms need to pay up. They're not paying up enough. That's what I'm reading.
Well, they need to pay up, or they need to hire, start ordering more shows, right?
Yeah.
Because it is basically indicating that there is a limited amount of production capacity, and they've kind of reached the limit on what they can do, unless they get outside intervention. But it is interesting. It is very, very, very fascinating, this data. I always recommend people read this data because it really does give you a really good indication of how things are actually going in the industry, even if it's not 100. So the bigger one that everyone loves to post on Twitter is the animation in overseas markets, right? But
sorry, I'm kind of distracting myself and therefore everybody on stream by looking at other images.
So I'm back up a little bit at page 6, which is the big map. So you notice the rate of contracts on a country by country basis, Sally. What do you notice from that graph there? That little pie graph. What is that? What is
Asia?
52. Europe 18%. And then North America is just 9.3%. Those Americans thinking they're so high and mighty, right? They're so high and mighty. Those North Americans.
I do feel slight thing, of course, that if every European nation orders for themselves, that's a less valuable contract than the entirety of the United States.
Well, I mean, look, it's
I suppose if you could contract the entire Europe as a whole, that would be bigger than the United States and North America as a whole.
This is number of works licensed per country. Well, I mean, you can look at the graph and you can see that number of works licensed per country, right? And you can see that most of the Europe is in that kind of 5 to 9. 10 to 29 category. Yeah. Poland is up to 4. There's no data for nothing for Ukraine. I wonder what.
I think they're busy.
think they're a little bit
Also,
busy,
nothing in the
right?
Czech Republic or the Balkans or
Yeah.
Greece.
Shit. I wonder what's going on over there.
Pakistan
But you
still
can
has that one
see,
though.
yeah,
Iran
yeah,
has 5 to 9 apparently.
yeah. So
Nothing in Israel though.
most of. But you notice it's interesting because a lot of it is Norway, Sweden, United Kingdom, Spain, uh, New Zealand's down there in the tiny little area.
Mm.
You can also see top 10 animation works and overseas music royalties. That's kind of cool. So like Naruto, Seppuku background music is like number 1 for like 3 years running. It's quite funny. But you can also see the trend in the revenue too. Like, like it was like when Sword Art Online came out, like 2012, it's like at its lowest. It's
Yeah,
at its
I heard
lowest
stuff
point.
like that. It was like
Yeah,
a bit of a slump.
again, something happened in 2014, right? What happened in 2014? Whoosh!
I think that
Whoosh!
I categorize that as the start of the isekai boom?
Maybe. I
It
wonder.
was not
So in
necessarily.
2023, the number of companies that responded to a survey about international contracts rose from 22 from 19, and the number of contracts equated 1,298. 131 separated by countries and regions, 167 separated by zones. It's a major drop from last year's 222,862 contracts, but the difference in the numerical answers given in the surveys is generally influenced by differences in each company's strategies. The number of countries and regions equated 109, down from 246, which is a difference of over half. But in terms of the number of contracts by country/region, the order: South Korea and the United States, Taiwan, China, Hong Kong, and Canada has remained unchanged for many years. There is no mistake that Japanese animation is circulating globally. Like the 2023 international market is in a favorable situation due to streaming demands and reduced 1.7 trillion yen. Is up from last year's 1.5, setting a new record for overtaking the domestic market due to the visioning broadcast streaming package streaming in the international market. It is estimated that it would overtake the domestic market, but it is necessary to establish derivatives, merchandising, music, live entertainment like there are in the domestic market to see even more progress. So basically saying, yeah, they're getting the streaming rights and there's a big increase in the streaming rights and stuff, but they are not, there isn't like buying merchandise is a problem, right? Like, where do you buy anime merchandise? You've got a lot of these like otaku shops that sell like fake Chinese bullshit, right? And that's kind of a problem when, like, if Japan wanted to kind of recreate the domestic market, like if they had a ability to sell actual Japanese made goods, right? That are actual Japanese made merchandise, like the stuff that you can get from Ami Ami and whatnot, in a global sense. Like if Ami Ami had physical stores globally,
Yeah, that
then
would be different.
they would be able to easily overtake the domestic market. But the reason that they can't overtake the domestic market is the merchandise and the music sales. So I find that to be very fascinating. You can also see the breakdown by language and whatnot as well. So yes, it is fascinating data.
We're spending too much time on this phone on the phone.
We really are, yeah. But it's interesting. To us, it's interesting though, right? To us, it's an interesting topic. So yeah. Fascinating.
How much videos left?
Stuff.
That's maybe a question.
Oh god. More about food. We're past halfway. We're at 13 now.
All right, let's break through because we kind of
There have always
we have had a lot
been
of information we have
escapist
given ourselves.
help works out there, be they anime or otherwise. But Sword Art Online heralded a new kind of entertainment. Sure, there have been fantasies, gamified worlds, and wish fulfillment romances for time immemorial. But what distinguished SAO and its ilk from other entertainment is the emotional satisfaction it seeks to elicit from its audience. There is this kind of indescribable base pleasure one gets from witnessing Kirito become a beta. Even if I know logically that it is an incredibly silly
He
and
didn't
edgy
become a
thing.
beta, he was one.
And this is paid off even further once Kirito, as a lone wolf in the game who had already lost people, again, very edgy, slowly falls in love with the girl whom he beat the very first floor with. It's the kind of thing that 16-year-old me would have been, and indeed was, extremely into. It's not that deep, but incredibly effective. Now, in the hands of a more skilled writer, this style of storytelling could not only be incredibly effective, but also allow for a deeper, more emotionally rich story that many anime fans, myself included, crave. SAO Season 1 has moments, brief glimpses where you can see what might have been. The perfect synthesis of action, interpersonal conflict, romance, and sense of progression. Alas, I digress. You see, what's interesting to me is that not only did a vast majority of these isekais which succeeded SAO emulate these strategic, addictive writing techniques, but they also copied its pitfalls.
Sure. I don't feel that what SAO did in any of its character writing was so unique. Because for all the hangers on there is around what's his name again? I believe his name is Saito in Zero Tsukaima. But Luis is what you're watching for. We got all pretenders to the throne in Zero Tsukaima Naretsu, but Luis is number one and will be number one forever. So yes, it is a harem, sort of, I guess, because there are other girls that sort of, I guess, like our main character. But no, it is Luis. She's on the cover. She's main girl. She's best girl. And there are emotional moments and whatnot together. And the anime was rightfully accused of forcing kind of resets in the relationships, but that's the anime. In the novels there was far more of a real structured progression. Same for Shakugan no Shana, where the dynamic between Yuhi and Shana felt like it got reset now and again somewhat. But there was real progression and in powers and scale and the codependencies and all that stuff. So it's not like Sword Art Online is somehow unique in having a harem, but there is emotional development between the main character, between the main couple. Meanwhile, I mean, I can't even something like Love Hina Naretsu was always going to be. Was her name was Naru? Naru, I believe.
I think maybe. I don't know. I don't remember.
I think it was like Naru. Was her name? The main girl was always going to be main girl, even though the shy girl was the best girl.
Well, I think the main problem here is, again, he's assuming that all of these authors and whatnot. Again, it's taking agency away from people, right? Everyone copied SAO. No one ever has other possible reasons why they might want to do something. It all has to come back down to the hypothesis, right? That SAO is the progenitor. When on zero. But anyway, let's continue.
SAO runs out of steam near the end of its first arc. Once Kirito and Asuna get together, which was satisfying, most of the dramatic tension falls away. The entertainment factor holds on by a bare thread to the question of, will they make it out of the game? And then once that happens, after an incredibly anticlimactic and rushed final battle, mind you, the only other bit of tension, yes, the only reason to keep watching at all, is to see how Kirito will save the damsel in distress Asuna. from the elf video game she somehow ended up in and her horrible would-be rapist captor.
That's a
Oh
terrible bleep.
no! Oh no! The rapist! He's a rapist! He's a grapist. He does grapes. He does vineyarding. Ellie, he's a grapist.
On the French vineyards.
On a French vineyard, he's using the grapes to make juice, the grape juice. God, man, I remember when we were in a better time, there was like this soda that used to go around in cons back in America. It was called like tentacle grape soda or something, and that used to be like a thing that they sold at cons. It was like a grape juice soda, and they had like a little tentacle on it or whatever. And then I think there was like a whole thing about, oh no, we can't do that anymore. It's politically incorrect. You can't have a joke about tentacle grape. Because anime fans are just like castrated cattle these days, right? We can't even have our jokes about grape. It's fucking yeah. But anywho, it's like, well, I mean, here's the thing: is it a terrible writing choice, or are you just a moralistic shitbag? Like, that's my question, right? Because oh no, Ellie, get this. The antagonist does evil antagonisty things. Oh, the horror! He did a bad thing. Like, what the fuck? Like, do you want him to, like, give her tea and crumpets or some shit? Like, what do you, he's a creepy fucking man who wants to fuck her both in real life and in the game, right? He's creepy, he's a creepy fuck man, right? Like, yeah, he's gonna do bad things. That's the point. Come on, bro.
This alone makes the show from season 2 onward a hard watch. Not to mention that every other element of SAO.
You know, it's so funny. So I've been watching. Okay, I was going to talk about this later because it's not anime related, but I've been watching some Netflix shows, right? There's this one called Dark, which is a German show, actually. And it's about like this. It's this kind of sci-fi-ish show where there's this town and there's like a portal through time in a cave, and you can like go through different like portal, like you go like it's got 3 different points in time you can jump back and forth through. It's very good, but it's in the first episode, right? Like one of the very first things you see in the first episode is just hard fucking 2 characters just bare ass, full naked, just fucking Ellie, right?
Yeah, the good old European ratings.
Yeah, good old European, like just showing it, right? Oh look, it's her boobies, right? Just completely fucking out there, full nips. I don't think you see the guy's dick, but you do see full on frontal on the girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's perfectly fucking fine. I didn't die, right? Because I saw a naked woman. I saw the bare breasts, and that when I see people like this, right, go off about, oh no, the grape jokes, oh no, the sexual content, oh no, it's so, oh fuck, I'm just like, I would be willing to bet this man would watch Dark, and he would either like cover his eyes because he's a fucking pussy, or he would be like, oh no, this is perfectly fine, right? It's perfectly fine because it's establishing these 2 characters and they like each other, or they're having sex in the first fucking part of the show. And it's oh wait, it's actually an affair, Ellie. It's an affair going on. Oh, he has to sneak away. Oh no, Ellie. But and I would be willing to bet he would come up with like a million different justifications as to how showing the full fucking in Dark is perfectly fine for a Netflix show. But oh no, you dare have a evil character in an anime do a sexual assault. How dare you? Evil.
Yeah, I'm Naruto. To be honest, I'm thinking we should kind of
You're
pause
getting tired,
less.
I know.
Yeah.
You're getting tired. I know. Okay.
SAO just becomes incredibly boring on top of that. Thus, the pattern that many isekai hints fall into is that of SAO's structure, and indeed many a light novel in general. Starting off strong with a compelling hook and setup, quickly deliver
Welcome to
varying
every
degrees of
light
success
novel.
on said setup, and then become mired in an inescapable swamp of tedium and nigh non-existent stakes.
Well, to be fair, Shield Hero has. I mean, I've said it before. It's gone really downhill, right? And I do actually agree. Like, I do agree with this criticism on some shows, but would you say Overlord has suffered from the same problem, Ellie?
Oh no, it continues building on itself. And oh no, this
Yeah,
has been relevant now. I
yeah,
never expected this.
yeah. I think that you can assess this on a show by show basis, and I don't think it applies to every single isekai.
Many people smarter than me have stated that isekai is the anime equivalent of fast food. Satisfying in the moment, but ultimately vacuous and probably unhealthy in large quantities. But I think it goes beyond this. This video seeks to answer the question, why won't isekai die? Well,
Because
It
people fucking like it.
will.
That's
It will
well, one, it
eventually.
will, and because people like it and keep watching it, and it's obviously not as bad. Like, I think the issue I have with these kinds of criticisms is they don't stop for a minute and think, maybe what if the thing that I'm criticizing is actually good? what if Overlord, Ellie, is actually good, and that's why
Yeah.
people watch it? What if a lot of these shows, there's something in it, right, that draws people to them and they find it to be enjoyable enough to continue watching, right? Like, what if there's some magic there? They don't really stop and think about that, and they just kind of dismiss it, right? Like, it's all trash, it's fast food, right? It goes beyond that, right? It even goes beyond calling it fast food. They don't stop and like analyze what they're talking about for a minute and think, because I think it's a lack of maybe not empathy, right? But it's a lack of being able to be, okay, I'm going to put myself in the shoes of the person that really likes Shield Hero, right? Even if it's gone downhill, right? Like, what does that person actually think, right? Why are they still watching Shield Hero? Is it just because they want to finish it off, right? They've started it, they might as well keep going with it, right? Is it that kind of situation? Is it a situation of maybe they actually are invested in the story and the characters and want to see how that actually progresses, even if the quality has nosedived, right? And you could apply that to a lot of different shows, like even stuff like Game of Thrones, right? Like, the early seasons of Game of Thrones were really good, right? Based off the book, very well written, very interesting, very cool. Then the later seasons start to go to shit. People still keep watching though, right? Because it's Game of Thrones, right? It's this
Yeah,
big
you
thing.
have to
People want it.
finish it.
You have to finish it. You've gotten this. You've sunk costed yourself, right? You've gotten this far. You might as well finish it. And then it ends on the wet fart that was the last season, right? Uh, so I feel like you have to kind of stop and think and analyze the work on an individual basis instead of making these broad generalizations that are not really based on anything, right? And yeah. So, anyways, keep going.
I think that this is necessitated by its very nature, what it seeks to answer, or in this case, relieve. In the Buddhist worldview, there is a concept known as
The Buddhist
dukkha, which we can
worldview.
translate as
Oh my god, dude! What are we doing?
Who cares about your stupid Buddhists?
suffering, which stems from the desire for material things and comforts. Often, the allegory of a leper is used. No matter how much one scratches, they will never be free of the gain, the source of the itch. Isekai media is a symptom of the exact same phenomena. In our increasingly lonely, modern world, we all feel alone, feel despair, feel dissatisfaction. Well, Isekai can fix that. And by fix, I mean put a band-aid over a gaping mortal wound. It seeks to grant us power, agency, recognition, adoration.
I really don't think the Japanese salaryman who's working a 40-hour work week, who comes home and just wants to watch his fucking isekai, is really thinking about any of this, right? I don't think again, putting yourself in the shoes of the Japanese salaryman for a minute, right? You get home and you're fucking exhausted. Look, I just want to get something on the TV while I eat my fucking like rice cake or whatever, right? My like
So
okonaki, my
for,
rice
for
cooker, my pre-made rice cooker dinner or some
so first
nonsense,
off,
right?
in this example it should be 60 hours, not 40. Or no, let's say 50 hours, not 40. But on the other hand, Naretsu, I am playing Helldivers, I suppose. In my
Yeah.
my hard labor at the office factory.
Oh yeah, are you playing Helldivers to escape the hell of your work situation, Ellie? Are you super
But
depressed and looking to become a big fashy man? A big
no, the
fash
bugs are the
man?
fascists, Naretsu. Don't ever forget the bugs are
No,
fascists.
you are the fashy. Don't you
No,
understand, Ellie?
no,
It's
the
making
bugs
fun
are
of you.
Naretsu.
It's big. It's
Remember,
big.
remember, the bugs are fascist. The Illuminate are authoritarian, and the bots are socialists.
Yeah, they're
A
evil.
Super
They're
Earth is
evil, right?
democratic. Never forget.
Yeah, Super If is yeah, exactly. But no, but Ellie, it's a big brain parody. Don't you understand? Okay, well, anyway.
Whatever.
That
But
aside, that aside,
but I
yeah. Are
am
you
not
trying to
unsympathetic.
escape?
I'm not unsympathetic because Joe said so, and we believe Joe whatever he says. Of course, pass and select. That that the attitudes of the era are reflected in the media that is made slash liked most, right? Um, and
Mm,
if the media, the message of the media of the time says society sucks, let's escape, that means there's something in society that makes us not want to be here anymore, right?
mm,
Cool, y'all got it. Message received. That is a
mm,
that I feel that is valid enough. I
mm,
don't feel that its isekai is particularly unique in this attitude, nor is
mm,
isekai, so outselling the shonens. Which isekai is outselling One Piece again? None.
mm,
One
mm,
maybe
mm.
once a season peaks
Yeah.
above One Piece. No, I think the message of friendship and hope and eat well and fight for good causes is still more popular than retreating into a small hole or another world where you can become super powerful all on your own in your
Mm,
edgy hooded cloak black cape thing with metal and red
mm.
armor accents. I think the One Piece and by extension, your Hero Academias and your Naruto's and your Bleaches is still
And they're
more
all
of a,
part of the same thing. Yeah.
and by the same extension, your romance of your high school crushes and your shoujos or even your seinen romance shows and series,
Mm.
um, is still more resonant than isekai is, even though isekai is more popular in the
And
age
again,
demographics
I
that your
think,
YouTube watchers
and
are.
again, just to cap off before we continue, right? I think that on an individual basis, I don't think the Japanese salaryman coming home from work is thinking all that hard. Like honestly, at that point, literally tuning on the TV and having anything fucking come on, right, is gonna be good enough, right? I don't think they are super like hyper invested, I guess. Like maybe they are actually fans of a show or whatnot. Like I'm not saying necessarily they're not, but what I'm saying is I don't think it's that deep, bro. Like I don't think it's a oh, I'm so consciously wanting to get away from my thing. I'm going to deliberately eat the isekai
I
or whatever.
don't think that's the claim really, but
I mean, it's kind of is the claim based on how he's describing it, right? Is like, oh, it's like society is so bad, the work hours are so bad, and so I have to escape into my escapism, and I'm deliberately picking these easy shows that are, blah 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 blah, right?
fulfilling.
When I
Mm,
fulfilling that need, right? But
yeah, but
my disagreement isn't necessarily that that's happening. My disagreement is that it's conscious. Like, I don't think that it's a conscious decision that the Japanese salaryman is picking the isekai over Helldivers, right? Like, I don't like. I think it would have been Helldivers if they owned Helldivers and they were into Helldivers, right? Instead of isekai. Yeah. But anyway.
All the things we lack in our own dull, tortured existences. And, at this point, it isn't even limited to the stereotypical male harem fantasy. I mean, don't get me wrong, getting the girl is still a huge part of isekai. But take a look at the top charts over the past 5 or so years. Otome and villainous anime, the female equivalent of our beloved Mushoku Tensei slop, are consistently heavy hitters. The girlies, as it were, are just as not okay as the guys. But please, my fellow manga heads, don't mistake me. I love indulging in this slop from time to time.
but I do it with
so
measure.
ironic. Yeah, I'm so ironic. Ha 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 ha. I ironically like it. Fuck off, bro. You're not better than anyone else. Shut the fuck up.
We all do, and there's nothing inherently wrong with.
There's nothing inherently wrong about it, as I make a 22-minute video fucking shitting on it and being a condescending prick about it. Right? Ellie, why does it keep happening? They keep doing this. They keep doing this bait and switch shit, where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna make a 22-minute video.
This is a different brand though. This is just high and mighty the entire time, not even, I don't know, it feels already different.
God, dude.
Our wishes fulfilled in an escapist world every so often. And perhaps the most surprising thing to me about making this video was, upon rewatching SAO for the first time in what seems like years, seeing just how good the production value actually was. It was an entertaining treat, I kid you not. Something about it almost felt innocently naive compared to the jaded, Marvelified, self-referential dialogue we get today. There is good potential for the genre, and seeing some of the best animators and artists in the business put their hearts and souls into crafting certain scenes of Sakuga, or beautiful fantasy backgrounds alone can make it worth it. It's just too bad that oftentimes the scripts don't quite live up to the same level of quality. I merely seek to explain this phenomenon that anime has found itself inundated with, the good and the bad.
Oh no, so how much longer of the videos left? He's still
Oh
not...
no, we're almost there. We're almost there.
Oh good, because it got... He's asking the same question like 20 times every minute.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Anyway.
And to finally answer the belated question of why won't isekai die? Well, the hole it seeks to fill is ever leaking. The power fantasy,
it is
the
society
harem tropes,
that's
the
the problem.
Society
worlds, these all act as a panacea for a world whose problems don't seem to be solvable anytime soon. Certainly some works are better than others, but fundamentally, isekai's flaws
does he think that
is
Mushoku
that
Tensei is good now? Because he said it was
yeah,
slop
he's like,
like
it's
a
bad.
minute ago.
It's bad, it's good. Like, what are we doing?
Seek to challenge the viewer on why they want these things, or even if they should. We all keep coming back to that same well, even though we know it just won't quite hit in the way we want it to. And that's because, by definition, it cannot. SAO, and isekai by extension, commits the most grave of original sins, giving the audience what they think they want. And this is while they all failed to deliver deeper, more compelling narratives and romances.
Oh, yeah.
Evangelion, the most
Oh my god, are we really bringing up Eva? Like, people ain't got over that, man. They ain't got over Eva.
Eva is a good show, though. I mean, I watched like the
I mean,
whole
it's
thing
good. It's good,
recently.
yeah, but it's like, yeah, yeah.
prescient anime ever created, well, second most, sought to critique this exact phenomenon.
Oh no!
Ano hates the otaku. It's a critique on the
Ah,
otaku.
fuck! He's doing the thing, Ellie. He's doing a thing. So, to cut the long story short, because Ellie's about to fucking pass out.
Yeah, basically.
Anu doesn't hate otaku. Evangelion is not necessarily a deconstruction or a criticism of otaku in the way that people constantly repeat it as being a criticism of otaku. It is not saying otaku bad. What it is saying is, hey, you can have your like hobby thing, but you should also go out and touch some fucking grass from time to time, right? You need to
Depression is a bad thing, but
go find human connection out there somewhere. It's important. Trust me, bro. And I will have to go find because Arno fucking specifically says this in his interview, and he specifically fucking calls out people that misunderstand his work. He literally says, you have these people that criticize like otaku without actually being otaku and understanding what it means to be otaku, right? And so his criticism is coming from an actual place of understanding because he fucking is one, right? He is the biggest otaku that has ever fucking otaku'd ever, right? He understands the perspective, right? And
but
all that he's saying,
Evangelion isn't about the otaku experience at all. It's about depression and loneliness and how you push people away, and it's in a state of
in a general sense, yes, but then like the rebuilds specifically do get a bit more into like not letting your hobbies and whatnot overtake you. That's like a big part of like the last movie. But regardless, right? Again, the issue is you have dumb fucks, midwits like this, right? That see, hey, you should go touch grass, right? That's good. It'll help your depression if you go touch grass, go meet people, go do thing, be human, right? While still maintaining your ability to have your hobby or whatever it is, right? Just
life in
just don't
general.
let it consume you. It's the same thing with the Me short that he directed, right? Like people misinterpret what he's trying to say in these works because they have their own personal agenda, right? Because they just want to fucking bash the nerds, right? Oh, you dumb nerd, because they think it's, oh, you dumb nerds with your anime figurines and your itchy and your shit, you fucking losers, right? Get outside and fucking be a real human, Ellie, right? Be a real human. Ellie, you love your Helldivers? Fuck that. You should be working more in the office and going to more after office parties because that's what real humans do. They don't have hobbies, Ellie. That's the kind of shit that midwits think Eva and the Me short are about. When it's like, no. He's not fucking saying that. Stop fucking repeating the lie, right? It's really fucking annoying. But anyway, we're almost done. Almost done.
Phenomenon 20 prior to Isekai's glorious heyday, and its staying power speaks for itself. But for Sword Art Online, the truly ironic thing is that compared to so much of what we get now, SAO did things quite a bit better, particularly the relationship between its two main leads, Kirito and Asuna. And looking back, it kinda had to be. If it really sucked, well, maybe Isekai would never.
Just a quick pause because we're almost done. Man really needs to watch some more fucking romance shows. Man really needs to watch some more romances because he clearly really likes the romance in this, right? But
Yeah, man, watch Kaguya-sama, I suppose.
yeah, my man. Yeah, my man. Watch some Kaguya-sama.
Ever have taken
Or
off
read
in the
it.
first
He's an
place.
anime renaissance guy.
Nah, who am I kidding? It was inevitable. But perhaps the genre, and yes, the anime landscape as a whole, would look quite different if it weren't for Reki Kawahara's magnum opus.
I don't know if I'd
Folks,
say his.
thanks for
his-
making it to the end of today's episode of Renaissance
Magnum
Manga.
Opus, I suppose, it's his most popular and known
yeah.
work.
Yeah.
Once more, I'm asking you to please like, subscribe, and maybe even ring that bell.
Oh look! It's yeah. Ava. It's the manga is an overlooked arts masterpiece.
I do have to say, I stopped reading the manga at some point because it was so different from the anime that I watched, or it was like the point where I stopped watching both of them because they were so
So
different.
what's this? I'm just having a look. So 2026 dropped a goated anime. Angel's Egg. Man, Sky doesn't upload a lot. Chainsaw Man anime. I guess. I mean, of course, Pretentious Man would like the Chainsaw Man anime because it's a pretentious anime, right? You know, just fucking. But no, yeah. This I feel like the biggest problem with this video is the man's. There's two big problems. There's the holes in the research, right?
Yes.
And then there's not presenting things in correct order, right? Having he needed to talk about the light novel before he talked about the anime, because that just really confused both of us quite a bit. And we went on like a whole diatribe about that when we probably didn't need to if he had have just like fucking ordered his shit correctly. And I feel like there is definitely, like you've pointed out a number of times, this air of pretentious condescension of this stuff is so like belittling, right? Like it's fast food, right? And making these kind of broad categorical assumptions about things without any real data to back it up, or actually talking to people that actually like these shows to kind of figure out, hey, why do you like the thing, right? What do you like that, you know? Why do you like that, you know? Maybe you should do the thing.
Yeah, it's the attitude bothered me kind of the most. I mean, we had far worse holes in research and all that stuff. And you know, I just give point for mentioning the word shosetsu, but he didn't mention it all.
No, he didn't mention Sosutsu. He didn't mention Naro, right? Specifically, he talked about Naro, right, as a nebulous kind of concept, but he didn't actually name it.
I guess he just called it slop, and I suppose that slop.
Yeah, like
was...
what he was talking about was Naro, but he never actually names it as such. It's so frustrating because he very much could have, and it would have, you know, at least made the video a little bit better, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, so he should know what Naro is, but he doesn't name it. He doesn't, even really reference it. It just feels like a big disdain for isekai as a whole, and why isn't it that yet kind of attitude. I'm kind of happy it's over though, because it's
yeah,
it was correct enough not to be hating on that,
like,
but
it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you're factually correct, but you're an asshole, so fuck you, right? Happens a lot on the Twitter where it's like, you know, you like there are a lot of people that I've argued with before where it's kind of like, yeah, they might be factually correct on something, but they just don't like they have to be correct about everything, so they'll find like this one minuscule thing to like harp on for like the whole argument. It's very frustrating. But anyway, I'm gonna go refill the water, go
And
get
I'll
myself ready, and then
switch
we'll
over.
switch on over to anime.
1 second, because I have the. Don't I? Hey, there we go. No, oh, press the wrong button. Let's press the button twice, and Naruto is not here yet. So we're going like this. Whoosh. There we go. Let's close this out. Don't want to see that anymore. Getting real sleepy. It's been over 3 hours now. And I saw that in the Helldivers official Discord, the devs are playing on Cyberstan. So if I were to play Helldivers right now, I would playing with the devs together, battling for Cyberstan. I do have to say, I am tempted to just open up Helldivers to see the progress on the ground itself. Because you have these fancy tracking sites. The Helldivers Companion, specifically. But, seeing it in game is its own little reward. Oh yeah, you see that Omnipartus is 50% liberated.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Omnipartus for you, Narasu. So
Well, I think the only thing I need to know is the war's going well. I take it.
No, it's actually. I think it's going to be we're losing actually in the end. But
oh no, the Helldivers are not joining the fight and thus betraying Super by not playing.
Nah, there's a new mechanic added, right? So we have a limited amount of reinforcements.
Oh no!
Every Helldiver that dies is another Helldiver that is taken out of the pool. And if the reinforcements are, overdone, depleted, then we lost, kind of. Because the mission is to take Cyberstan, and if we run out of reinforcements, we don't get to take Cyberstan anymore.
Oh
so
no!
It's not just about.
What are we gonna do?
It's not just about completing so many missions against the resistance of the planet, getting our liberation rate up and all that stuff. It's also not dying all the time, which is a little bit of a contradiction in the Helldivers game, of course. How do you die without? How do you complete a mission without dying 20 times? That's a question.
You just got to go full stealth build. You start playing a stealth game.
This is a quandary for the Helldivers. A solution, an equation not yet solved by the Helldiver by Super Earth. So it will be a bit of a struggle. But enough Helldivers. I was talking about Helldivers to keep chats, keep the stream talking while you were not here. I'm pressing this button. Nurse, talk about your Darwin.
My Darwin. Okay, so I did post an image in the anime thing when I was watching it, specifically because this shit's pretentious as shit. It's so fucking. So basically, you don't have to post the image, but it's basically so we're picking up where we left off with the guy getting bullied for his little political stunt, right? Over the animals stuff, the school shooter man. He is a school shooter, by the way. Spoiler alert. They're the chick who's friends with Charlie, right, is talking to him and is like, hey, I don't necessarily disagree with your message or whatever, right? But you got to kind of get people on your side, right? You can't antagonize people, you got to. And his response to that is "Oh, you dumb bitch. How do you expect me to protest slavery without pissing off the slave owners?"
Oh, that's
And
the image you sent over on the
yeah,
Discord.
and my reaction to that is like, "Oh, it's so deep, Ellie. It's so oh." And so, long story short, he goes home. It turns out he is the guy that runs the Red Pill channel.
Hmm.
He's got his like free subscriber Red Pill channel, and I think the issue I have here, I get what the author's trying to do, right? Because he's using the right wing red pill terminology for this YouTube channel and whatnot, even though this is clearly like a left leaning terrorism, right? This is the ideological bent of this is left wing instead of right wing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to me, it comes off as trying to make a commentary about the right wing without it being directly about the right wing, right? Because essentially the guy's doing his live stream to his like 5 subscribers or
Oh,
whatever, and they're
as
all
we do right now.
yeah, and they're all encouraging him and being like, "Oh, don't worry about it," you know, because he's going on about how I feel so helpless or whatever, and then he gets the message that's like, "Hey,
Want to do a
why don't you?
crime?
Yeah. Want to do? You want to come outside? We'll help you out. We're right outside your door, actually."
Oh.
And so the animal guys show up, the black guy and the other guy who are the animal people, right? I wouldn't say it's boring 5-0, but it is pretentious, and I'm going to continue with why it's pretentious in a bit, because I kind of have to explain the lead up to the school shooting for you to kind of understand why I'm calling
You
it
have to
pretentious, right?
understand the school shooter before we can judge
You
him.
do, yes. So they go to like a diner, and it's like, you know, American diner because it's America, right?
Mm.
And they're having a conversation, and the guy goes to the toilet, and the black guy and the other guy are kind of like, "Oh yeah, he's like a soldier that hasn't been trained. He'll probably like piss his pants at the first sight of blood or whatever," and so and so and so and so. And they get ready to leave, and then they just encounter a racist, the most racist caricature of a racist you have ever fucking seen in your life. The guy's like, "Ugh, you get out of here, you black, stinky black man. Fucking black men, so stinky. Oh, I hate the blacks." And the black guy's like, "Oh, your diner says that you'll treat everyone like family on the sign. But you should really make it that you'll treat racists like family on the sign, so then you won't attract people that you don't like. Racism." So they kidnap the racist.
As you do.
I think it's funnier if I skip steps because it makes it funnier, right? They kidnap the racist, they beat him up in the back of the van, and they essentially push the school shooter man to kill the racist, is what happens. So the
Yeah.
school shooter man, he stabs the racist to death in the back of the car, and the terrorist guys are like, "Oh yeah, hell yeah, yeah,
Cool.
you showed, yeah, cool, murder
You're a
is
real
so
man.
based." And so this leads into the school shooting. So they've essentially, the guy's gone in with his AK, and he's shooting up the school. And the whole plan is to kind of like, they're trying to like get Charlie to fucking join them and be the leader of the fucking rebellion for the animals. It's
Yeah.
so retarded, right?
Charlie,
Because
from what you told me, Charlie is not very aligned figure. He doesn't really.
he doesn't give a shit about any of that shit, because he's a fuck. Like, he deliver, like, there's a point, but I've skipped over it, but there's a point where the school shooter guy's like screaming at Charlie, like, "Charlie, you are the missing link. You could bridge the gap. You're so important. You're the guy." And Charlie's like, "I don't know why you motherfuckers think I'm so important. I am just me. I am a singular thing. I am like, I'm not. I don't speak for anyone else other than myself, right? I am just Charlie, you know? Like, I am just a fucking individual. I do not give a shit," right? He literally does not care. about any of this nonsense. So they're trying to force him to care by doing a school shooting and like trying to overload his like mental capacity or something, like his empathy. It's weird. I don't fucking like, again, this is why I think it's pretentious. And
Mm-hmm.
it's not like a case of, oh, it's pretentious because you don't understand it. It's that it's clearly trying to be really political and have super political messaging, but it's presenting it in a very abstract, obfuscated way instead of just directly getting to the point, right? Because I'm guarantee you there's going to be like guns are bad, school shooting, look at how bad the school shooting is, Ellie. It's so, all the dead people. Oh, how could humans do this to each other? And gun laws now, fuck this, 20 pictures to make you say fuck laws and shit, right? Is what it comes off as to me, right? And then you get to like Charlie himself, and I can already predict what's going to happen, right? Like they're going to fucking harm Charlie's family and friends, right? Like the girl
Mm-hmm.
is like, we end this episode with the school shooter's in the same fucking room as the girl who's hiding under the desk, right? Shooting people. Like we are like, it's gonna be like, oh yeah, Charlie's just gonna go fucking beat the shit out of the terrorists because they keep fucking with his family, right? Because he doesn't care about the fucking politics of it. And I'm wondering if that's the point, if it's trying to make a point about being apolitical and all of that, and then not taking a side is gonna just lead to you getting hurt, right? And yeah, it brings questions in my mind about the author's kind of intent, right? Because you do, and the other thing is, to be fair though, this is probably the most political anime that has ever animated, and none of the fucking all anime is political, Ali. Anime is all about politics. Oh, look at all these shows from like the old times that were about like racism and slavery, and that means every anime is actually leftist, right? This is the most leftist fucking anime that is ever fucking animated, and none of these fuckers are talking about it. None of them. They're silent. It's
Natsu,
so funny. It's so funny.
Natsu, sometimes I wonder if you care too much what other people think.
No, I don't know. It's not that I care about what they think. I just find it ironic that people that preach, about politics and anime, it's like you get served the exact thing that you want, that you could dissect and talk about, but then they just don't. They just don't. They don't even want to touch it. Even though like they're more than happy to go on about how popular anime, right? XYZ popular anime is totally agrees with my niche political opinions, right? But then you've got a show that is directly talking about niche political opinions, and none of them want to interact with it. It's fascinating. But besides that, like the show itself, getting back to the show itself, I think the problem I have with it is that it is definitely leaning into the pretentious side of it, where I feel the author's biases are kind of seeping into the political commentary of the show, and I am interested to see where it goes. Right? Like I'm being critical of it, but
Hmm.
it's not like it's not entertaining and it's not interesting to dissect. Right? Like there is stuff there. It's just I'm wondering if it's going to be able to pull it off, because they present the racist as like just a giga like stereotype of a racist. They present the terrorists as kind of like trying to put complexity to them, but they're not actually that complex, right? It's literally just, oh, humans are bad, animals are good, fuck humans because we do all this evil and whatnot,
Hmm.
kind of nonsense. There's not really a lot of nuance going on, and you would think that there kind of would be a bit more. It's yeah, I don't know. I'll stop. I mean, I'm just going to repeat myself, so I think we'll move into What do we want to do? Sentenced or
Yeah, let's do
probably
sentence
sentenced.
because
So I can have a break from ranting about shit.
So yeah, the big siege is starting, and I have to say, Naretsu, the last episode ended like the fort has fallen, all hope is lost. It turns out, oh no, really, it's not that bad yet. It's kind of fine. Fine. It's kind of fine actually. It's it's not
Well,
expected.
things are kind of falling, and it's in the process of falling.
But we just
But
can get some
working
4
on it.
massive cannons right away and blast like the vanguard that's approaching
But
right now.
they do still need to hurry the fuck up and deal with the problem, right? Like, still
Yeah, and I feel this is maybe the first time I feel the that the adaptation shortens some bits because from the east comes some knights that Silo, our main character, explicitly said refused them, and from the west, the mercenaries who are only shown to be chasing after the thief who took all their gold. So it's never really said or established that those two groups did anything in this battle. They just showed them appearing, and then that was the end of the introduction. But let's not focus too much on the moment-to-moment, play-by-play of all the things that happened.
We don't really need that, but the general gist is that Xylo and Terrieta go out and fucking have the big fight to try to kill the thing, right?
Iblis.
And they get a little bit fucked up. Xylo gets a little bit fucked up. He's a bit in trouble. Because they kill it once and then it just kind of changes forms. It becomes a smaller thing, right? It starts flying around. And this leads to kind of an interesting thing from Terrieta where she uses her power to kind of... I found that the interesting detail she mentions that it's like from another world. It's a sword from another world.
Yeah, but they mentioned that what is his name again? The zombie dude is also from another world.
Yeah, they've established that there's like isekai stuff kind of going on, even if it's not directly
isekai's genre
stuff.
thing setting. Another world.
No, I'm using that in a different sense of the word, right? I'm using it in the sense
as
of
long
other
as we understand that
stuff.
we're...
Yes. I think the people in the chat know, Ellie. But my point is that they establish that. Well, then again, the whole goddesses thing is that they are summoning things,
things from elsewhere.
They're elsewhere. So she summons this really... it's like she calls it like a divine sword that can destroy anything. Yeah, a holy sword. And Xylo stabs the thing with it, and it almost teleports it. Like it kind of
like feels the way like the animation it either had a black hole
from existence.
It either had a black hole inside it, and the holy sword killed a black hole, or the sword generated a black hole and killed the thing.
Yeah, because in the animation, it sort of just appears that it just disappears, and then the sword disintegrates and turns to ash, right?
Yeah,
and is gone.
I don't know. It was a choice to have the sword completely unadorned, no fancy details, no runic engravings. It was kind of a bland, plain sword, which was the holy sword that can destroy everything. But we can kind of... the whole thing was a battle, and just these and that characters has these and that small moments.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of our zombie man, he got a moment to shine. He fucking annihilated some dudes. It was pretty cool. There was some good stuff going on during
just skip right to the end. Do we think that the super suspicious purple-eyed guy, suspiciously purple-eyed guy...
yeah, he's totally a good guy, Ellie. What are you talking about?
Is he an ally, or is he part of that faction that he mentioned?
Maybe, yeah, because the coexisters, Elliot, they want to coexist with the demon blight. Ooh.
Because I
Ooh,
have a feeling that he's super in it for power, but the coexisters that are working
are
with the
kind of fucking everything up.
yeah,
Like they're in it for their own
so he
personal
is
gain.
an ally, even though he's just sending everybody, he's keeping everything a secret so he can be in charge after the co-sisters are removed. So he's an ally for now. This is my read on the situation.
Yeah, that I can agree with that. That kind of feels like it tracks. But of course, we will have to see how it goes. We will see how it play out. But the TLDR is fight's over. Terrieta is big, saves the day. As we have a good Xylo moment, big, she gets her head pat.
Yeah, her first head pat.
Yeah, she gets a head pat. It's very cool. It's very nice. So yeah, it's
I do think this is a he keeps getting flashbacks of the previous goddess and the bond that he has, and he feels like there was a good moment between Terrieta and Xylo where where she comments that Xylo would basically throw himself into combat even if he didn't have the thing of where he would where he's now effectively immortal. He would just throw himself to death regardless if he could be brought back to life or not. And he says, well, I am the same. And Silo doesn't have a really good answer to it because it's true. The goddess also throws her life away for others, and he does too. So what is he grandstanding about? That the goddesses are doing this or that? You're the same. So this I thought that was a good moment for their relationship to be a slightly more even ground. And of course, the built-in need for praise and recognition is a bit odd, but I do feel that Silo is giving the head pat in recognition of that the relationship is more now equal than before this battle.
Well, and you have to remember he has his own hang-ups because of what happened with the previous goddess he was interacting with. He's got a bit of that PTSD going on.
And I think that this revelation that the super suspicious purple-eyed official might be an ally is going to make Silo kind of warm up to the idea that not the entire military or the entire church is against him. That they might actually be helpful and allies and don't need to die all because the church and the military betrayed him. No, it was not the entire church, so that will be a challenge for him to differentiate between the individuals within the organization and the whole organization. But that's an arc for like 5 novels, I suppose.
So, anywho, the Digimons continuing to be Digimons. We had a man's got man from the Spec Ops military with his camouflage Digimon trying to save his Digimon from the military killing people. Big killing people, not good. Digimon's getting PTSD, trying to save him, and they go through a whole thing. The main central conflict is controlling emotions versus letting them run wild is continuing. It's going all right. Again, Digimon's one of those ones where it's like, what can I really say about it? It's Digimon. Like, it's good, but it's not good in a way that's like interesting to talk about. It's just kind of like, that story arc was pretty good. The next story arc, they're going to go to the slave auction. That's going to be great. The Digimon slave auction is next week. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. That's all I can say about it. It's like, we got interesting things going on. It's doing all right. It's doing all right. I'm down. So anyway, what do we got next slide? What do we got?
Let's slide. Let's do them backwards. Fates.
Hey!
This is annoying. We get in this episode of Fate, we get Excalibur, and we learn that this dude just picks up anything, and it's Excalibur. Hey, look,
Yeah.
I have
Because
this.
he is the biggest fanboy that has ever fanboyed to fanboy.
But he will pick up a pencil and proclaim, "I have found Excalibur,"
and it will be Excalibur. Yeah, and he's again, he is big. I spends his whole life hunting for the treasure of King Arthur. Big King Arthur fanboy. He's got all of the Dakimakuras. He's got all of the merchandise in his.
Every drama CD, every acrylic stand.
Yeah, he owns all of it. He owns every last one of them. All of it. Yeah, Richard. Yeah, he is doing big fanboy. Yeah, because we get a little interesting fight between him and the other
And
Deku. Yeah, they're in a big fight. They have a big fight just to be like, hey, are you strong, boy? Oh yeah, you're strong. You can hang with me.
Mm-hmm.
big hangout. Yeah, we could be bros. You could probably fight Gilgamesh. Like, yeah.
No, there was this bit about where Saint Germain pops up and says to Richard, "You're going to be tricked by this girl in the future, and this is the girl."
Yeah.
Which is, Fate likes to do this. I mean, from what I saw from Fate Grand Order also liked to have these characters in the past say things to each other in the past, and then it being relevant in the present story and whatnot. I suppose by by virtue of having so many players and characters and groups and motivations, oh yeah, we four are now a team now. We're not going to kill each other.
Yeah,
that helps with
big
faction.
Big teams.
That helps with laying out the factions, and that we don't have to worry about having a 12-way battle. No, if these characters are here, they're not going to fight each other. That makes things clear. Oh, it's going to be more than for a 12-way because 13.
Yes, yeah. Because they've teamed up with our Observer Man, and they've teamed up with Assassin Girl
and Lancer, of.
And yeah, they've all teamed up, and they're gonna chill out and have fun. So yeah, no, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Good fights, good animation.
There were our boy Flat with his with Assassin Jack the Ripper is
I think it's Berserker Jack the Ripper, actually.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, sorry.
Yeah, it's Berserker version of Jack the Ripper that is kind of a hot chick, I believe, in this thing. And she's a watch 90% of the time, but she's
right now
she's not the lolly that we see. She's not the lolly that we see in Fate Apocrypha.
No. This one she was a nurse infiltrating the hospital to check out what I believe is the servant of the the girl in the girl in the red dress.
Yeah. Because it's literally shitting out dark energy everywhere.
I think that it is actually just a plague, that...
That would kind of be cool if it was like, yeah, my servant is the Black Plague.
Well, in the sense that it is the Rider Death, one of the four horsemen. Because, Endiku said that it was his natural enemy, so, just counter. And if Endiku is like life on the planet itself, then...
I do.
The Rider Death would be a good counter.
I do really like the visual, because I like to look at the visuals to kind of reorientate myself with the show. If I go to like the anime streaming images thingy, I'll put it in there. The whole like you've got the little girl and then you have the shadow with the smiley face. I fucking love that shit.
Oh yeah.
Like you've got I love the contrast of like little girl, innocent, cute, You know, she's just there, and then her servant is just like a fucking like SCP horror fucking thing with like a
Mm,
smiley face. It's fucking great. Um, so, but yeah. So yeah, Jack the Ripper. Yeah, everyone's kind of like, oh, what the fuck's going on with this? You know, the hospital and everyone
mm,
like, this is a problem. We're probably all gonna have to deal with this right now because this is gonna cause issues. Um, for everyone, right? The whole Grail War is going to be in problems because of this one thing. So we're gonna, yeah. So I assume that's probably what we're going to be getting into next. This coming episode that's already out is going to
yeah,
be
yeah.
figuring out how the fuck to deal with this stuff. But like I said, overall, it's pretty. It's been, you know, fate's fate, right? You know, and I don't know if you caught, because I was seeing on Twitter people were talking about the Tsukihime fan service with like the red hood girl murders elevator, push the button on the elevator or whatever. I haven't
I'm not
gotten
familiar
into
with.
any of that.
I'm not
I
familiar with
haven't gone
the.
into any of that shit, so I don't know. But from what I was watching on a YouTube video about it, apparently it ties into a Tsukihime thing.
I've only played like
Where
one route of Tsukihime, the visual novel, so I can't really
yeah, so
speak much
but
that
let's just,
lore.
you know, as we've kind of established, this is big Natsu-verse fan service, all everything connecting
Yeah,
together.
I mean, I
Big,
was kind of proud enough to recognize. Oh, Dead Apostles. I know that is from a
yeah, I know
Tsukihime
what that
thing.
is.
I know for
Yeah,
the
hell,
third magic, wasn't that immortality? Oh, it is immortality. I know my Nasu, I know my Nasuverse well
a
enough.
big
But
brain.
then when you
So
talk about Red Hood,
it's
nah,
good.
I don't know.
So it's good. It's cool. We'll, you know, keep going with it. So Fire Force time. Fire Force is going quite good. We are having big fight with Bugman. Bugman is they're trying. So what's happening is, right. So the way that they're going to trigger the apocalypse, Ellie, is they have solved pi.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. They have solved the equation of pi. Does that make sense to
That's
you, Ellie?
no, because pi is just is a kind of a constant kind of thing. I
Yeah,
mean,
it is. It is. It keeps
so
going infinitely, and
so
your reaction is the same reaction of the engineer guy. He's like, "Wait, what the fuck do you mean you solved pi?"
it's just you can you could put more decimals behind it, but that just makes the number more precise.
So
That doesn't
the
solve a thing.
explanation, Ellie, is that reality is basically fucking breaking on itself. And
Yes,
because reality is breaking on itself, the version of pi that is in the alternate reality that is solved is merging with the real version of pi. So now we have a version of pi that is solvable, and they are going to use that, put that into the nuclear reactor, essentially.
that still doesn't
And
make sense because
that is somehow, right, again, this, it's so wild, right? That is somehow going to cause the apocalypse and turn the world into a sun.
that still doesn't. All right, no, so I don't care right now for what the world what Fire Force says. If you have a universe in which the universal constants are different in some way, I suppose
Mm,
that pi would be a different number in that universe.
yeah.
That doesn't do anything. It just means that the number is different. It is
I
just
know,
a.
that's why it's so stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense, and I
Oh
love it.
right,
I
the
love it.
number
It's
one. I'm
great.
going to the number two. The number two. That's so
Instead
much.
of a free or whatever. But
Whoa.
if we merge both of them together, we get the answer.
What, are you going to minus them from each other? Alright,
I don't
fine.
fucking know. It's so, I don't know. I literally don't know. Maybe I'm too dumb for this. I'm fucking.
No,
I really don't
Naretsu,
know.
this doesn't make sense on any.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. So essentially, yeah, that's the plan. Is they've got the key, right, which is to do with pi, right? They have the pi key, right, and they're going to use the pi key on the reactor, and that's going to cause the apocalypse. So they're trying to kill Giovanni before he can do it, the insect man, and they go through like a whole process of like trying to figure out how the fuck to stop him because he's made out of insects. Right?
Yeah, that was a thing in the first season.
And of course, our boy Arthur gets distracted while they're going through like the fucking reactor, right? They're like trying to get to the center, right? He gets distracted by one of these insects, so he's fucked off, and he's now on dungeon quest mode.
Oh, sure.
He's in. Oh, silly me! How can I get to the end and fight the dragon without doing the rescue quest first? I have to go rescue my friends by doing the dungeon quest, and then everything becomes fucking Dragon Quest, right? Right. So he's now gallivanting around the fucking facility in dungeon mode, as he does. I love Arthur so much. He's so fucking funny. So this means they have to fight Giovanni on their own, and they do beat him using like electromagnets and killing certain insects that are controlling all the other insects. However, the little kid that is the adopted person of the engineer guy and the chick, oh no, an insect got to him. He's turned into an infernal, and Giovanni has now merged with him, and he's gone into the reactor, and he's about to turn the key.
Big drama.
He's about to turn the key. Oh no, next episode, right? And so that's kind of where we're at in Fire Force. I will say it is interesting. I like the concept of reality in like the show's own logic, and reality is breaking down, right? Like the moon has a face on it now, and the stars in the sky are all different, like cartoony and different, right? And the whole fabric of their reality, right, as a show in a meta sense, is crumbling away and merging with a different alternate version of reality. It is a very interesting concept. However, it's yet to be seen how well it's going to get pulled off, right? Because I already know like a few things, right? I obviously know the funny meme of the kid and the fan service thing, and I can't wait for that to get animated. I'm going to be so hype. I'm going to be real hype when that gets fucking animated. But the general idea I think is fascinating, where you take the established laws of the fictional world and just turn them on their head with a like via like basically bullshit. Via basically, because that does it again. It's like the pie thing. Like a lot of this isn't making sense, and the characters themselves are like, none of this fucking makes sense, right? But they just have to kind of roll with it. They have to kind of roll with it because, like, what are you gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. It feels kind of. I mean, I kind of, when it was revealed that Fire Force was going to merge or was a prequel, a sequel to Soul Eater, I was kind of, nah, man, you're losing me. This feels like you're going to try to attach a more popular show to your less popular show.
I'm watching, so I will update you.
Yeah,
but the dimensional merger does in fact happen. We will find out.
Or it's going to be half a failure, and eventually this is Fire Force is a prequel to whatever. The worlds merge, but the thing is not, the planet is not going to be a star, whatever. But the having your characters look at a stupid thing that you, the author, have invented, and go, it's stupid, but it's the only thing we have, is not a good. It feels like you're written yourself a thing you can't get out of, and instead of fixing
I don't know. I think like the issue is you haven't been keeping up, and you don't like haven't been watching it, because like to me it's more kind of like it comes off less as like the author's written themselves into a corner, and more they've just deliberately come up with something that's fucking retarded.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
And it's being deliberately stupid. But no. Well, let me finish, because again, that if you're pretending to be retarded, does that make you any less retarded? No, not really. So I get where you're coming from. I just fucking think it's funny rather than annoying, right? I just think it's funny. The idea of like, we solved pi.
You lost me with
We
Soul
sold.
Eater. You're losing me with Pie, and it's just
Okay, well
downhill for me of Naruto.
let's get you back with Slave Soldier, shall
All
we? Let's
right, go ahead.
we'll get you back. So it is we get the big fight with the mum character with the big tits, and then they get beaten, but it's okay because now she's the head of the family, and she's like, we're gonna do things differently now. We're all gonna get along.
Mhm.
Fuck you, grandma.
I remember something to that effect vaguely. Like,
Yeah, that's basically this episode is that, and it's setting up for the big fight in the city with the new thunder god that they end up defeating in the end, and he gets absorbed into his body, and now he has like the thunder god in his mental space or some shit. Um,
I remember vaguely. This. We are
vaguely,
fast approaching. I thought I dropped off in the middle of this for this arc right
yeah.
now, but I read a little bit further because I remember some vague about. And I so I might this might be a spoiler, but I think another character is going to show up soon.
I maybe I mean I've read all the way up to where I've read all the way up to current translated
All right.
stuff that
I
people have
think
uploaded.
a
So
new villain is showing up soon, but it's just a vague
yeah,
memories.
it's the one that gets absorbed into like the first one that gets absorbed into his fucking mental space or whatever. But like I said, it's still progressing. It's still itchy. It's still good. It's still hot.
Mm,
It's fine. It's good. Not too much else to really say other than that, honestly. So roll over and die. Welcome to your Yuri, your Yuri show. Welcome to
hey, Naretsu, more than ever, I feel this is the women experience. All the
yeah. Oh yeah,
girls.
you're coming around. Are you coming around to what I was saying last week? We're like, yeah, this was definitely written for the woman perspective. This is definitely
I don't think
woman media.
I well no this I don't disagree. This is the women experience, but I don't know what I forgot what the disagreement was. If
So
we
my
have.
point last week was basically that this feels like an itchy show for women. Because it's
Mm,
all about emotions and connections, and they love each other so lovey-dovey, love each other so much. Big, oh, you're my entire universe, you know, that kind of thing, and that is more the kind of stuff that
no,
women tend to be
I'm
attracted to.
no. What I'm talking about more is the thing about that. Our two main girls at the least, right? They are continuously stalked. Stalked. They are tools to be used by the big men, oppressed by the standards are placed upon them. They cannot choose. They need to adapt to them, and they live under it. They cannot control them, and what they must be beautiful, and if they're not, they're monsters. Being ugly is a big no no.
I find the author's Twitter, and what do I see? Fucking gotcha.
As always. But no, when uh, this is what I heard about the show way before it got an anime. That it often touches upon that eldritch horror thing, because when our slave
Mm.
born girl looks at her scars and imagines it growing and eyes and teeth appearing from beneath the
We see
bandages.
that. Yeah, we see that this episode.
That's
And
like, oh,
it's hinting that there's like something going on there, but it also could just be her like internal view of herself
yeah, like
and hallucination.
a complete monster, a hideous eldritch monster that she is, because she's no longer
Mm.
perfect and pretty.
Man, they really like Grand Blue Fantasy. and posting pictures of food. Yeah, it's very typical
Oh
Jap.
no,
Because I'm trying to, because I want to determine if it's a woman or not. Is kind of what I'm
it's so
interested in.
Japanese to be kacha and food posting.
Yeah. You profile.
But to maybe this episode was explicitly, and in the title of the episode, a cool down episode before next
Yeah,
things happen.
it's a chill, again, very lovey-dovey.
Eldritch body horror aside, of course.
We also have some funny the mage girl getting cuck queened.
Well, kind of less cock queen.
Not seriously, not in a serious sense. I am joking, right? But
more
the
in the
whole,
sense
like,
of I this is my house and I cannot even walk here anymore.
well, not even that. It's more like, oh, I missed my opportunity, right? Or like, oh, they're doing all this lovey-dovey shit, and I'm just like the bystander, and then she slips over. It makes her presence known while the lovey-dovey Yuri stuff is going on, right? And to me, the joke in my mind is that is some cuckoldry shit. She's getting cucked. She's not. She's sitting in the cuck chair watching them go down.
I think she's just reading a book and having to deal with a couple fucking in her own house all the time.
Nah,
no,
it's
not so. This is a in front of my salad situation.
Nah. I think it's nah. Well, we'll see how the joke progresses if they continue with it in the different sense. Because I interpreted it more as the maybe it's because I'm porn brained. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about it. But anywho, in my research, it's interesting because the author's website, right, on Sosetsu, right, their profile, they're willing to tell you that their blood type is O, but not their fucking gender.
Well, blood type says something about your personality.
Yeah, I guess blood type O, but they don't have any other like information, so can't really tell for sure what the gender is. But I'm going to assume it's female based on the
vibe, the storytelling.
The vibe, because again, I'll mention it again, but yeah, the vibe I get from the show and like the writing, I guess, the direction, is that this is very much, female Yuri orientated, right? Like, not because it's not very like sexual, right? It's more of that lovey-dovey, oh, I love you so much, oh, I love you so much, kissy, kissy, huggy, huggy, right? It's not a very sexual Yuri.
Yeah, but let's be clear, they're not in any romantic relationship at all.
Well, not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Well, we have to make these things clear. Not yet. Or,
not
yet,
not
for a while,
also,
maybe.
But also, like we just got over the hurdle of this. The maid girl has to express. You have to express your feelings. You got push for what you want. You want the cheese. You want to taste the cheesecake, right? You want and you thought that dress would look nice on her, right? And so on, right? And you know what I mean, Ellie? You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah. It's good, right? I guess that's what we can say about this episode. It was fun. We got a little bit of character interaction. The things are settling down, but also a little bit of setup because obviously Dean, our man in the image, right, who's the guild guy who's an asshole, right?
Yeah.
He's there looking all menacing in that picture. Him and his crew are like, oh, we have to psychologically break her, and we're gonna do big evil. It's gonna be so bad. So yeah, but like I said, it's a good show. I'm enjoying it. I think it's fun. So anyway, how's Tomboy Show going?
Tomboy Show. School is closed, or the dormitory is closed for like a week. That forces our girl dressed as a boy to be in an environment other than she is right now, where she is at more risk of being discovered. There's a fun interaction of the nurse that knows that she's a girl from the moment he glanced over to her, and we kind of meet his entire family, and it's fun because they all have different personalities, but they gel pretty well together as a family usually does.
Mm.
But she gets kind of recruited to be a temporary employee at a vacation place, and it's an excuse to have some semi-antagonistic characters show up and have them forced to interact with each other because she is a worker and he's a client, so he cannot yell at the staff, and she cannot, says you're a loser, get
Mm.
away, because he paid, etc., etc. So we get kind of a switch up in dynamics, all good. I suppose one thing to note is that our blonde boy, who's totally not super gay right now for our girl, says, "Oh wait, she's from the United States and she doesn't have a home here. I could invite I could invite him to my house. That's a total normal bro thing to do, I swear. It's not
Mm.
weird at all.
Mm.
So we could hang each other and maybe bath together. Oh no, wait, that's not what bros do. Oh no, no, I forget that. No, I'm going to ask him real soon, I swear. I'm going to ask him. And it's a total normal thing bro to do." And that this is his internal monologue constantly, and it's pretty funny.
Mm.
But then she gets whisked away to work at the thing for a bit and have all the new social dynamics. And the episode ends where a slightly younger girl than she herself, or right, the younger sister of a very antagonistic figure thus far, has a similar massive crush on our athlete boy, which our main girl is also here for because she's such a massive fan that she went all the way to Japan for him. And to this boy only school and dressing as a boy for
Mm.
him. So this younger girl of the super antagonistic character that hates our group is also a massive fan of our athlete boy. And she goes, "I'm going to wear a swimsuit and be sexy and grab our boy." And
Mm.
this is a problem because our girl is dressed as a boy, so she cannot be all sexy. What shall she ever do? Um. Also, she sleepwalked into our athlete boy's bed and didn't have her best breast suppressors on, so she was
Oh
just
no.
sleeping against his back with the breast feelable the entire night. And that was a moment where she goes, "Oh, it's a total normal thing to do, right? To sleepwalk into your bro's bed. It's just we're both guys,
Mm.
right? Ha ha ha! It's okay." And he goes, "Yeah, that's a total bro thing to do, all right? Because we're both bros, totally."
Yeah.
Anyway,
Totes. It's totes.
we're so bro. You're such a bro, dude. Don't worry.
Mm.
Haha. Oh, he totally thinks I'm a boy. Good. We're totally.
It's fine. It's
Yeah,
great.
yeah,
So anywho, time to gush about Saguri again.
yeah.
It's
The
time
vibes
to
are
time.
immaculate once again.
Mwah. Mwah. So okay, right. So first off, rip the girl from that house. Counter goes from 1 immediately to 2.
Damn. Hope
Because
gone.
we were like, man, did she survive? Did she not survive? Is she really drowned? Is she actually
Yeah, dead. Never mind.
rip? Totally dead. So our girl wakes up. She goes out. She sees dead girl. She's looking at the hairpin on the ground. Oh no! Attacked by other girl. Oh no! But then they kind of calm down. Hey, let's give me information or I'm gonna fucking kill you. You better talk. and this kind of like we'll skip a little bit, right? Because again, we don't need to do a play-by-play. We
Yeah,
don't need
yeah,
to do
yeah.
that. But essentially, the general gist of what's happening is you've got there. All the girls are locked in a room. So, some of the girls have kind of these like tags,
You have to
these
have a
key
pass,
looking.
otherwise you cannot leave. There are more
Yeah,
people than passes, and there have been
yeah,
two
and
groups. The one who is staying near the
yes.
entrance, and another who is not.
Well,
The exit,
there's
I
a
mean.
group A, which was the group that was closest to the entrance and set up at the entrance to kind of either trap people to get their
Mm,
cards or to get people to join up and join the team, right? And then you have the people that were kind of the slow awakeners that are not in the situation. Yeah. Um, and they've said, yeah, they've kind of assumed, okay, there's like 50 something people, there's only so many cards, keep the cards together. We need to prepare traps and weapons and get ready for, big fight about to happen, right? And we kind of see that, yes, our yellow haired girl is indeed around, is indeed
mm-hmm.
doing things. But oh, Ellie, she's coughing. She do be coughing. Oh
She's
no,
sick somehow, some way, some
yeah,
reason.
she coughing the cotton, which means she's bleeding, coughing blood technically.
Yeah.
Because the blood be tuning into cotton. So what's going on there? Don't know. Something interesting, I assume. She also has a new I don't know, slave girl, I guess, or a girl that really likes her. She's suck up.
There is this thing. Oh, there are two camps, but there's totally like a bunch of spies in the defensive crew. Let's say.
Yeah. And there's definitely some interesting stuff going on. I did kind of like the okay, because they established when the blonde girl's given the other girl head pats for collecting like free tickets or whatever, or free
Mm-hmm.
of the tags, right? Oh, I like how cold your hand feels, right? Which is
Yeah.
alluding to the previous episode where she loses her arm to the wolf and then goes and gets a prosthetic. So interesting. So there's I like the drip feed of like the world building because clearly this is like in the future, right? So we have some future tech going on where you can get a prosthetic arm that is kind of like a real arm and seems to function like a real arm, but it won't really like it's clearly not, and it feels cold to the touch from the
Yeah.
outside, right? And again, there's interesting stuff here, and I think in the first episode or the first game, it was established. Well, you can actually get your libs reattached if you're quick enough, right?
Mm.
Um,
But if it's eaten by a
so
wolf.
if it gets eaten by a wolf, you're probably not getting it back, right? I guess, right? It's unclear, but it's unclear in a not a frustrating way, but in a that's interesting. I wonder if they talk about that kind of get into that kind of way,
Yeah.
right? It's interesting it gives you a nugget to kind of chew on, right? In terms of world building. Because in the OP, right, it always says like, oh, this is a story about a disturbed world, right? Like it's hammering that in that
Mm.
there's some stuff going on there. So it's very interesting, very interesting. But we also get an interesting discussion between our girl and the tomboy girl, cute brown tomboy version, where she kind of hints that in the world, because she's kind of mannish, right? Tomboy oppression, Ellie. It's horrible. It is a
Yeah.
deranged world. The poor tomboys are getting oppressed by society, not being able to get jobs because they're not pretty. Horrible. Fucking terrible. Nuke it. Nuke the. Restart. We fucked up somewhere if the tomboys are not able to get good employment. And Seguri kind of like also is like, oh, because they're asking like, why are you doing the games, right? And Seguri is basically just like, well, yeah, I want to finish 99 games, right? I want to do 99 games. I want to, for whatever reason, maybe it's got something to do with that mentor slash bunny girl that we saw for a brief minute at the beginning of the episode. Maybe, possibly, who knows? But she asks the tomboy girl, what would you say if after the game, if we survive, I will get you employment and I'll sort you out. And the tomboy kind of fake punches our girl and stops like halfway to the face and says, I'll beat the shit out of you, basically. And Sagiri seems very pleased by this. I'm not sure why. Again, lots of confusion, right? But good confusion.
It's a lot about who you are kind of vibes, right?
Yeah, the kind. I wonder if it's like, do you have the, like, if Sagiri is like testing, do you have the nerve to actually finish the game, right? Like, are you all in, right? Like, if you were offered a way out, would you take the out? But because the response was no, fuck you, I'm all in, that's kind of reassured our girl a little bit. Which, again, it's interesting. It's an interesting, and they leave it open to interpretation, right? Because there's a lot of questions about what different things mean, what different reactions to different things mean, how it, oh, it was, hot springs, but was this a hot spring before it was used for the game, right? There's like questions happening around that are kind of, it's fascinating to think about. But then, of course, at the end of the episode, we realize, oh, wait, our girl's made a mistake, right? And part of that mistake, I believe, was assuming that there's 50 players, because as we know as the viewer, what's the number, Ali?
Was it like 30, right?
It's like 27 or something.
Yeah.
It was like 27 was the number, not 50. So that kind of changes the estimation a little bit as to, okay, how many tags actually are there, right? How many people can actually survive the game, right? And we do see glimpses of, like, at the entrance, there's like a room with what looks like electrocution chairs and lots of cotton.
Yeah.
So something's going on over there.
Something's burning, something's destroyed.
You're getting electrocuted to death. I assume there is probably some kind of puzzle that involves the keys, because all of the keys have a number on them.
And some weird holes or gaps in them.
Yeah, so there's probably some sort of puzzle that needs to be completed, and there needs to be a certain number of survivors, and then they're going to have to figure out what the fuck's going on, right? That's my assumption. And so we're going to have a confrontation between the blonde girl who's subservient to the other blonde girl, and our girl. Is going to be a confrontation next episode. So fascinating to see where that goes. But yeah, all around, again, love the directing, love the fancy camera angles, and the fact, like, there's like the shots where it's just like the top half of the screen and like a thin strip with like the characters, and they use that same shot multiple times.
Letterboxing is it called?
Yeah,
right?
a lot of really good letterboxing in this episode. It again, it's very fancy, right? It's very, very artsy and very interesting. A lot of people would probably say, because when action starts to happen, you notice there's also points where the characters get really simplified, right? Where they become like paper dolls almost,
like flat fill-in buckets.
Yeah, kind of style. And people would argue like, oh, that's lazy, right? Oh, they're just not animating. But I feel like it's all like in the stylistic sense, right? They're doing things deliberately to give it a certain vibe. And I think the last thing I kind of want to touch on before we kind of move on, because we could talk about this show for fucking hours, I feel. Like, I think there's so much little things.
The silences.
I wonder, like, because I wonder, right, with the introduction of the prosthetics and the, like, losing of body parts and how that, like, affects a person, right? I'm wondering if there's going to be like the more games you survive, the more of your hue. Because it's already established that Yuki, our girl, right? She's got the big schizophrenia. They even joke about it in the fucking like conversation with the tomboy where she's like, you're doing better than a girl who refers to herself in the third person. right? You probably do it, like, so it's very self-aware, right? And I wonder if it's like going to go into a thing of the more games you live through, you lose a bit of your humanity, either physically through losing limbs or mentally by going through this situation over and over and over again. You're slowly becoming less and less human, right? I'm
That
wondering
kind
if
of
that's
tie
going to be a
it,
theme.
it does tie in in the previous episode when the narration and the monologue happened at the same time. The third person mentioned
Mm,
that Yuki felt dizzy and I felt dizzy was overlaid on top of each
mm.
other.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that's going to be an overarching theme of the series, is kind of this loss of humanity through going through these traumatic events, right? Over and over and over again. Because we saw in the episode we talked about last week, right? Where which was the chill down episode, right? Where it's mostly just her walking and introspecting, right? There was a lot of kind of like, yeah, how going through these scenarios is impacting her mental state. And I'm very curious to see how it continues, um yeah, going into like the next like next set of episodes, if that's going to be the overarching theme of the show's entirety, which is loss of humanity through trauma. It'd be quite fascinating. So yeah, I love the show, gonna keep watching it. Fucking fantastic. I recommend people do give it a go, even if it might not be exactly up their alley, because it is very much a kind of I think it is definitely a, you either like it for the artistry of it or you fucking think it's pretentious shit. It's one or the other, I feel. But I think both of us are kind of in sync in that we are down for some
We're here for the
fun.
vibes.
Yeah, we're here for the vibes. We're here for the interesting, themes and symbolism and all of that kind of thing. We are fully immersed in it. So, anywho, what do we got in our last
We got
slide? I
the
believe
Oshu. We got the Oshi.
the Oshis. We got the Oshis. Ooh, big Oshis. Ooh.
Yeah, and that's who I'm happy to report. This is almost the moment where I was looking forward to. Because in this
Mm.
episode, you got Akane deciding that I'm going to protect Aqua and I'm going to find the killer and kill him. Maybe
Mm.
not stated out loud what is going to happen
Yeah, what
afterwards.
what what exactly are you gonna do, girl?
You're doing a bunch of detective work, and
Mm.
what's going to end up? What's the end goal for all this detective work? Unstated. But
Mm.
she doesn't know that Akko knows that the killer is alive, and that his focus is kind of. No, he hasn't really explicitly said that his focus is back on revenge or anything. So that's
Yeah, I think based on what we saw, he's still in the like, what
shock
the fuck
mode.
do I do? Yeah, and that's why he rings her up and is like, what the fuck do I do? And she's basically like, look, I'll support you no matter what you do, because I love you, and you love me, and I lovey-dovey, even if it's all bullshit, right? I don't give a shit. You treat me right, I'll treat you right. This is kind of where we're at.
But the big episode, kind of the focus of the episode was, let's skip forward a little bit,
Mm,
not right away, is about communicating with your manager because you're managed by a company.
oh yeah,
Your
hand
socials
hand
belong to
over
the
hand
company.
hand over your Instagram. What? This is my human rights, Ruby says.
What human rights? You're an idol. You don't have human rights. We're
What do
going
you
to take
mean?
all your social access and social reach away if you leave the company. Hey, that
Mm.
name that you used for as your performer name, that's ours. You cannot use it.
But
Oh,
that's my real name, though.
too bad.
It was kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Having Ruby spaz the fuck out of it. It was quite funny. But at the same time, you also have like interesting. It is an interesting kind of, because they also point out, yeah, it's the same for YouTubers, VTubers, even worse in those situations, right?
Or the bigger you are, the harsher the
Yeah,
restrictions.
yeah. However, they do say, oh yeah, we're still giving you more freedom than most. While you're minors, you have to fucking follow the rules, but once you're adults, it's a bit. We'll give you more freedom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And our 18-year-old Kana over here is
Is out drinking with
mm,
older men who have connections and could help her.
because
If
she wants to break into the acting, right?
she's more an actor than an idol, after all.
Yeah, and this guy, I mean, but the guy seems super nice though, Ellie. He
Yeah,
seems like a
he
cool
talks about
guy.
actors and how things are in America and how the system should be
he
in
wants.
Japan.
Yeah, actors should be in control, like the Actors Guild, and yeah, yeah. So I know you don't like me bringing up the Twitter drama, but there was actually a Twitter drama related to this because the actor, the Japanese voice actor who plays the guy, the director man, right?
Yeah.
He he came out on the fucking the social medias. It was like, I totally denounce the actions of the guy that I am playing. It is so bad.
Yeah.
That man,
All right.
you don't do the thing
Yeah.
is so bad, and everyone's kind of laughing at him because it's like, yeah, dude, we kind of know, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of like, yeah, what skeletons are in your closet, bucko? You fucking. It's almost like, you come out of the blue alley and they're just like, Naritsu, I'm totally not a rapist. I would never rape. Right, Ellie?
Yeah.
You would
I
never
don't
do a
know
bad.
Jeffrey Epstein at all. I'm not on any list.
I did not associate with Epstein. I did not have sexual relations
I
on
just
that
saw him at
island.
that party once, but that was before. Oh, after.
Yeah.
On his island. Every day.
I did not have sexual relations on that island. I did not. I no. So yeah, there was a bit of a funny controversy around that because he
Anyway,
came out and did the thing.
but the big man with big connections, a potential thing went, hey, let's fuck, and then Kana went,
Well, you're
fuck.
kind of skipping a couple of steps here because what happens is
Yeah.
basically they go on some drinking dates with this other girl who's kind of the older girl, who's like a friend of Kana, right? She's kind of gets what's kind of going on and is probably like,
Well, that comes later, but yes.
It kind of comes later, but at the same time, she's sort of like, well, she's the one that introduced her to him, right? So she kind of gets the what happens, right? But he is again presented as like, oh, he's just a cool guy. He's fine. He's not a bad man at all. He's perfectly okay, right? He would never do anything untoward, right? And to be like, the interesting kind of factoid on it is sort of like the interesting thing is like Kana is kind of aware of what's happening and is kind of pursuing it and pushing it herself because she gets the game. And I think part of it is like she's like, oh, I'm an adult, I can make my own decisions, blah, 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 right? And so, but I think so. I think she knew going in where this was going, but at the same, again, it doesn't justify it. It doesn't make it right. But I just kind of wanted to put that in there, is that she's not just the innocent, oh, I totally didn't know what he meant when we wanted to go back to the house or whatever, right? To the studio that has, like, she mentions it when she gets in there. She's like, oh yeah, of course there's no one here. Of course there's a fucking bed in the studio. Right? right?
Yeah,
No
but
one. Mm.
he, it's it is kind of scummy of him to put, oh, there are going to be so many people, and that kind of reassures
Yeah, don't
her.
worry about
And
it.
then
Yeah,
it's
don't
like,
worry
oh
about it.
fuck, I've been scammed. I cannot just, but I'm here for connection, so I cannot just not leave right now.
Mm.
Alright, I'm going to have a chat, I suppose. She's not happy about it. And then, um, but one scene before this, Nimitsu, before she goes into the apartment love hotel deal, is that the girl that was introducing Kana to the director is calling in the shady place of the bar. Who could she be calling?
Mm. Mm.
Let's,
Mm.
let's wait on that for a
Mm.
second.
We'll wait on that for a second because, of course, what happens is man makes his move,
Mm-hmm.
right? Man makes his move. He goes. You know, hmm, hmm, hmm. Yeah, let's. But then, our girl, she starts breaking. She's breaking down. She's like, no, I love Aqua so much. And then it kind of transitions into her just basically having a meltdown.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, over Aqua and the situation with Aqua. So
And then she
yeah,
has a funny fuck, why is he not paying attention to me
yeah,
vent.
yeah, and our man's just like sitting here,
You're
you
so
know.
funny. This is hilarious.
Yeah, this is great. Young one, you young one. Yeah, these kids these days.
Yeah.
Oh man. So, but of course, so she leaves. Obviously, nothing happens right between the two, But she
Mm-hmm.
leaves, and oh no,
But her hair
it's
is
it's
disheveled. She's tired. Early
yeah.
morning.
She's just been gushing her eyes out and doing all kinds of stuff and whatnot, and whatnot. But snap, 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 snap.
Paparazzi. Why is
Oh
he here? How could he
no.
be here? We'll never know. What? That phone call?
Hmm.
No, who knows?
Betrayal. Betrayal. Betrayed me. So yes, that essentially. Yes, that essentially. That essentially is what I guess the lead up into the next arc, right? Big
Mm,
scandals afoot. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. So yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty interesting, fun episode. It was quite a good time. Uh, we had a it was good. It was good.
yeah. Um. Alright, so next episode, big moment for me. And I
Mm.
suppose for the show because big moment. Um.
Mm.
This is the terrible curse of knowing what's going to happen. I cannot speculate about the themes and and whatnot as much as I can
Mm.
do because I know what's coming right after, etc., etc. So, if you have any
Mm.
last
Mm.
words, Naretsu?
Yeah, well, yeah, no, like I said, I just think it's good. It's going good.
Ah,
I can't wait for next episode. Gonna be good. So anyway, torture time.
torture time. Torture time is good. We're getting close to have this old friend that the princess knew and that the princess had slain or at least defeated on the battlefield because she was a betrayer of some kind. Um, we're getting close to her reintroduction to the princess, and it's going to be interesting what the princess is going to do with meeting this traitor on the battlefield now as her torturer, getting
Mm.
information. Otherwise, it's a funny
Mm.
Naruto recommending a movie that you like to both somebody else is scary because what if they don't like a movie that says something about you personally, kind of, right?
Mm.
Naruto, I recommend this is my super favorite anime of ever time ever. objectively, as far as that is possible, it's super mid. But to me, it's super cool. But what if you say no? It's super trash. It's like, oh
Oh
no,
no.
we've lost this joint connection. Our joint understanding is now ruined. And an arc
Mm.
about showing you things, blah 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 blah, mutual understanding, la la la. And I'll just say the funny torture in that moment was Naretsu threatening spoilers.
Mm.
Naretsu, if I just
Mm.
force you to listen to
Yeah.
spoilers, how soon will you give up a stupid secret about the royal family to win the war against it?
Probably pretty quick.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. Oh
Anyway,
man.
that's the funny. Other funny Naretsu, 300 Years a Slave.
Yeah, 300. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, but first off, uh, uh, booze. The
Oh
booze
yeah,
is
there was.
boozing. It's boozing. So okay. So what happens in Farron this week is we waste 3 months getting shit booze. Um,
Yeah.
I almost feel like you could do a Top Gear skit tonight on Farron. They spend 3 months to get shit booze. Farron gets sold into slavery for 300 years. Stark has to eat hardtack bread.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so jokes aside, what ends up happening is they go to this town and they meet up with a dwarf man, and he's the same dwarf man that they met before when Farron was doing her big adventuring with Himmel and whatnot.
Yeah.
And yes, they go and his whole thing is he loves booze. Big booze man, loves the booze. Just so much booze, Ellie. He's super booze man, and they're after the super important big tasty booze that they served at the inauguration for the emperors of the old civilization, and stuff. But what's the big secret, Ellie?
Mm-hmm.
It's shit. And the only reason people think that it's good is because an elf back when Farron, there was an elf chick
With fellow
who
elves.
she was bored, and she was like, you know what, I'm just gonna spread the rumor that that disgusting booze is actually really good,
The best ever.
the best ever. Why? No real reason. Because why not? It kind of establishes that elves can be fucking like demented assholes for no reason.
Well, it's kind
Because
of. I don't know. I don't really feel like you can blame this on elven nature. It just was just one bored elf that says.
yeah, it's not elven. It's just like one book, but it's like not really caring about the consequences 200, 300, 400 years in the future, right? Like,
Mm,
I'm just gonna do a funny now, and then just like, oh, what's that? 400 years in the future, everyone thinks that booze that's no one can find anymore is like an ancient luxury good, right? Because I wrote some dumb shit on a tablet.
yeah.
So yeah, they spend 3 months trying to break the door to this ruin to get to the booze, and then they get to the booze and it's bad. But look, it's not about the booze being good, right?
It's
It's about
about
the booze,
sharing a good moments
sharing the
together.
shit booze with your friends and having a good time. So they give the booze to the village, and they all drink the shit booze, and they have a good time, and it's all fine, right? It's all good. So then we get to our second story, which is, oh no, turns out Farron owes big debt, but they said I could pay it back any time. Well, actually, it's been accruing like 30 years, 80
80
years of
years,
interest.
100 by now, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's what 29 years since the death of Himmel. The party set out on their adventure
Mm-hmm.
when, like, yeah, it's like 80 years of interest
Oh no,
on
Naretsu,
on.
did you notice that
Oh,
one of the posters has an image of the guy that is in like episode 3 of the first season? When Freem was looking for sweets, he was like, go at that bar. It was a super shady bar with super shady people in it. But then
oh,
they actually knew where the good sweet stores were.
oh, yeah.
one of those guys is on the poster. Which implies that he was in the far north where you needed first class mates to go and then went all the way back.
Oh man, that's funny. That's some funny stuff. So yeah, pretty much. So she gets kind of roped into working in the mines. This is the end of Frieren, by the way. This is how it
Yeah.
ends.
Journey's
I'm gonna
end.
spend just as the journey's end, 300 years. Yeah, 300 years working in the mines. The journey ends here. Rip. So yeah. Pretty much. But it turns out the actual reason is because the guy's like, hey, we need to find. The logistics are fucked after the war. Big logistics being fucked. We need to solve this problem. Oh no, shit. What are we gonna do? Big problems. We need to. Oh, we got this mine. We need to find silver in the mine. Farron, can you help us find the silver? And she's, oh, you used this piece of paper to coerce me. And so Farron's like, yeah, okay, I guess I'll help. I feel like I think it's weird because I feel like Farron probably would have helped anyway. Right? Like I get the feeling that she would have, if the guy had just been like, yeah, like we need to we need to fix everything. We're gonna need money, but we're broke, so we need to find the silver. Can you help? She'd probably have done it anyway.
It kind of feels like, oh, I have this. I'm going to strong arm her to do this at the very bare minimum. I'm not going to allow her the opportunity to refuse. So I'm going to have this paper, go through the process, basically. Get her indentured servitude, make her a slave as the contract dictates or whatever. And then I'm going to say, hey, could you do me a favor? Because she could just blast through everybody, but that's not really her thing. But yeah, unfortunately, Naretsu, Freerun doesn't have much of a big themes, vibes to talk about. It was more of a good, funny show.
Yeah, it is kind of in that realm of, yeah, cool. Yeah, it's like, we're getting cool stuff now and now.
Well, at least this
it's just
episode.
it feels good. Fun stories, feels good stuff. It's all about the journey, and we're seeing the journey, right? It's all part of it, right? It's all good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess that kind of does it then. I don't think there's much else for us to talk about.
Oh, good, like 4.5 hours.
Yeah, we got a long one. Well, we did a long video, and we did go on a bit of a fucking tangent.
Oh yeah, we're diving into documents completely unrelated.
Yeah, as we do. So anyway, yep, we'll catch you guys next week. I hope you all have a good time.
Yeah.
We'll see you later.
Bye. Later. Bye.